Hi.
Penis, okay, guys? Come on.
Hello.
Ha. Hi,
Hi.
everyone.
Um.
Welcome to chaos.
Welcome
What?
back to Dice and Destinies. This is the fight for the Lyrengone campaign. Um. Hi, I'm Megs. I'm the DM for tonight. I normally run Sunday games, taking a break from the WTFs. I stream random things. I guest star in random places, and I play a lot of D&D. Tonight,
Someone call her a nerd.
shush. Tonight is a mini campaign story for for a character named Tambrix Raketh. This is his epilogue story to finish out a story that should have been told a long time ago. Let's
From
start
the war
introduction
times.
during the war times. Let's start out introductions with Q cosplay.
Hi, guys. My name is Q of Q Cosplay. I'm a Twitch streamer, voice actor, artist, cosplayer, drag queen, jack of all trades, master of ADHD gone wild, and I play Tembrick Raketh, son of House Raketh, who is currently on his way to commit patricide.
Mm-hmm,
Is that all?
Maybe. We'll see what happens.
The night is still young.
I'm gonna commit some arson.
Maybe.
So,
Speaking of arson and incidents, hi, I'm Skeletor301, and I play Vespir, a young tabaxi who enjoys hunting, fishing, and learning about the world that he's never going to see.
so you say.
So I say.
No, so the DM says, fuck you.
I am a DM, thank you.
Next. You've heard him on stream before. You're okay with him. Ghost, introduce yourself.
Are we?
Hi, everyone. Okay, let me just see my way out. Bye, guys.
Sorry.
No, Ghost, come back!
Alright, let's get
Uh,
introductions
hi.
out of the way, guys.
Hi, everyone. Max has introduced me. Y'all know my name by now. If y'all don't, you ain't getting an introduction. I play Zaza, the drunken orc that is bundling his aid to his hometown.
Mm-hmm. Next, we have the DM for the Pathfinder game.
Yeah. Wait, did
Ignore the
Yeah.
text messages. I'm adding some stuff to the layout.
Okay. Hello. Sorry that my mic or headphones cut out for a second, so I didn't hear that. So I am Ika slash Sid, and I am playing this dwarf in full plate who's a detective, and I'm investigating stuff that's going on and trying to help out.
Mm-hmm,
His name
mm-hmm.
is Pluto.
And then we have a player who has guested on the WTFs, and I play D&D with over on Mel of the Fairies channel.
Hi, I'm Cece. In this campaign, I'm playing Ayala. She is an Air Genasi, and also an Air Ashari. Come to aid this battle.
Mm-hmm. And finally, you know her, you love her. She makes the weirdest comments. She makes the weirdest pictures.
Hi, it's me, Zabilo. I am playing the Gia. I am playing a Leonin fighter, who is just a small shy baby.
Just a small shy baby. Yep. Last we left off on the fight for Lyrengone, we did a mini session 1.0, 1.2, session 1.5, I don't know, where we had the characters come in and they talked a little bit more, they explored a bit more about backstories and got to know some of the NPCs. Q Cosplay was currently busy during that day, but we wanted to have a little bit of fun, and it turned into a whole thing. So, if my voice sounds funny, I apologize. I'm getting a little sick. Don't mind it. I also just kind of woke up from a nap. So, the conversations at hand was a bit about Ella, Gia's mom, a little bit about Zaza's family, a little bit about Tambrick, a little bit about everyone's family, really. And they learned some things about the current events that's been happening while they were gone. Zaza found that his sister was dealing with the front lines. His friend, this wasn't said in on stream, but his friend, who was his sister's husband, had passed away, and he is made a promise to make sure that things were okay and take care of some people. So he now needs to find his sister and speak with her a little bit. He found out that everyone loves a druid. The druid dwarf, the Pebblegrim brothers came in. One. Why are their names not popping up? One Bennett and one Benji Pebblegrim. One being a druid and one being a rogue. Came in to talk with Zaza, Lothil, and Ella, catching up on old times, as Vespier, Aella, Gia, and Plato went to go talk with, went to go play some cards. And it was definitely an interesting game of cards, as the object of the game was to slap, I think, what was it? It was a picture. I can't remember what the picture was, but they were to slap the item down once they saw it, kind of like Slapjack. And they realized very soon that, especially Vespier learned very soon that you should always take off your gauntlets and your belt of hill giant strength before you play this game.
Also, any rings. They are hurt.
Any rings as well. Vespier learned very quickly. The ultimate winner was Vespier.
I have done the winning.
And it was down to the last round of Vespier and Gia. Vespier came out on top, and then they moved on to a whole other game. And that whole other game was was an arm wrestling contest. Well, Zaza had a bit of a drinking contest beforehand, but that's besides the point. And obviously, he won. Obviously. And Belo's character, Gia, came out on top as the winner of the arm wrestling competition. As everyone was getting ready to head off to bed, before the other two Pebblegrim brothers had left, Vespier had asked them to deliver a message to their mom to let them know that they were staying at the inn where it was safe for the night. And as we're gonna pick up on Tambrick Raketh. During all of this time, has there been anything Tambrick Raketh has been up to in his room, as he had excused himself for the night?
Well, aside from almost going comatose from the sheer amount of fucking food he has been politely insisted to eat, he would have written a letter and, like, sent a carrier pigeon to go drop it off to his sister, just kind of giving an update of, hey, this is happening, we're gonna go take care of Dad, hope you're doing okay, blah blah blah, the usual big brother stuff. And then, honestly, he probably... Okay, so before... What kind of magical... what's the word I'm looking for? Like, does his traveling companion, I use that term lightly, have any way of, like, tracking what he does with prayer and stuff like that?
No.
Okay, cool. In that case, he would have prayed to basically whatever powers that be are listening, that his friends back on the ship are safe. He hopes that Brooke is doing okay, even if he is mad at her. And then low-key would have probably tested the waters and felt out if, like, any of his weird family's energy was nearby with the whole, like, Vecna ooky spooky shit.
First, roll me a religion check.
Okay. Religion.
You're religious, right?
Kinda. I don't have it trained. But I do, like, Tembrick may not have religion trained. That's not terrible. A 10?
Alright. How do you pray? Do you get on your knees, put your hands on the bed, bow your head, the whole shtick, or do you just kind of mumble a soft prayer to whatever's out there?
So, Tembrick actually has a very specific ritual he follows. He takes off his boots and socks, puts down some water or wine, whatever he happens to have available on the floor, lights candles around him, and then just stands at it and uses that as a way to kind of, like, dissociate himself and kind of let the powers that be hear what he's asking a favor for.
Alright. You close your eyes and you focus hard, hoping that the powers that be could help keep your friends safe in these times. And you kind of open your eyes ever so slightly to look at the wine. And you see a green cloak pass by it as the wine disappears.
What? Can I fucking cast detect bullshit?
What are you casting?
I don't know. Fuck. This not where I expected this to go, so I didn't think to have something ready. Fuck.
You're praying to the gods.
Yes, but suddenly green cloaks happening. I'm not sure if that's magic or religion. You know? Or would I have the common sense to know with a roll of 10?
Roll me a history check real quick.
Oh, heck.
I will say make this roll at advantage.
Oh, thank God, history is one of my good rolls. Hey, I'll take a 23.
So closing your eyes and focusing hard and seeing the cloak pass by, you open your eyes and take a step back. And you think, green cloak, what the fuck is that? What the fuck, where? And you look around the room, you don't see anything, but the wine is definitely gone. You hear a chuckle, and you have heard this chuckle before you're completely left alone in this room. You don't know the name, but you know that this bitch had been following you and your friends around, and he did make an appearance the night that you went to the ball. He was the one who gave you your mask.
Okay.
You know him.
Hold the fuck up.
You know him as the Traveler, but that's all. You don't know much about him. You just know that he is magical in a way.
Alright, it's gonna be a minute where he kind of pauses, thinks back, and immediately, now that he knows that this fucker's around, is going to pour more wine on the floor, because obviously he liked the first batch. And, let me see, how do I phrase this? Because I don't want to fucking say the wrong thing and have this fucker take advantage of it.
Tambrix wouldn't know that he can do that. He just knows that he saw a thing.
Fuck. Okay. So, knee-jerk reaction boy doing what he does usually, just, without thinking, blurts out, "It was you that kept us from getting killed by Deathkin, wasn't it?"
You say this and you wait a few moments. And you look and you think you hear something behind you.
What do I hear?
It sounds like footsteps walking towards you from behind.
Tembrick respectfully keeps his eyes forward, because if he's being approached from behind by this deity, there's probably a good chance there's a reason. he keeps his eyes forward and is trying his hardest to not turn around and be like, "What's that?"
You see a cloaked hand move towards the front of you, and they take the wine bottle from your hand. And you just hear, "Darling, don't spill that." And no, but I can keep an eye on Tyrus. He's a pretty thing to look at. And then a sound of wisping as you are now alone in the room.
Fucker! And he says that out loud enough that anybody in the hallway might hear him.
I think everyone's downstairs listening to music at the time.
Fair enough. Yeah, so after after he composes himself and gets a little less pissed off, he then cleans up his little prayer circle and again kind of does the putting the magical feelers out to basically detecting. Wow, fuck, I'm tired. Casting detect magic to see if he can pick up any of like the ooky spooky shit his family does anywhere nearby.
How far is the range of detect magic?
Detect magic is a range of a number that I will give you in just a moment. It's a 30-foot sphere. So basically, actually, let me check something. I need to see if casting at a higher level. 5e. Sorry, I just need to double check the thing on it. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so it basically, like, detecting immediate area, that 30 feet sphere, to see if there's anything not kosher going on.
So, close your eyes, and you go to detect what magic might be. Let's see, 30 feet from you. You sense, at the moment, Plato would be playing cards and such with everyone. So at that point, what you detect isn't much, except a couple pings from magical items in the room next to you, but below. They're not unholy. That seems to be, holy symbol, magical armor. Just very cleric-like items. Couple healing potions. But you don't get a ping of, like, anything malicious or anything hiding in your room. You do get a small ping, though, at the center of your back. At the center of your back.
At the center of my back.
And then you feel something crawl up your back and it rest itself on your shoulder as your little electric hand just stares at you. With
You're okay!
Eyes.
I knew you were good, buddy! He's gonna actually take the hand and hug it. That's his boy.
Starts beating you with its pointer finger, just like, let go, let go, let go, let go, let go!
Sorry. I'm just glad you're okay. I haven't seen you around. I was worried.
See it bend the pinky and the thumb to, like, almost be, like, hands on the hips as it kind of, like, taps its foot.
Okay, it wasn't my intention for us to get split up, okay? Is that... Are we cool? Are we good?
See, it, like, moves its thumb almost like in a rubbing chin position over the palm.
I will, I'll buy you some new magic rings as a I'm sorry gift. Would that make us cool? I'll get you some new jewelry.
See, it, like, moves a bit and gives a thumbs up.
Tambra just smiles and just, alright, and you know what? On top of that, because I have put you through some serious shit and I'm so sorry, we're getting you a new satin pillow, too.
Just continues the thumbs up, like, yep. It sparks a little bit, just like, yep. Last you saw this, you were on a creaky road with Lothil on almost a blizzard maybe a couple weeks back, and he got blown away, and you're like, I swear, it'll be fine. He'll come back, completely forgetting. Oh yeah, he's a familiar. I could have just poofed him.
To be fair, Tenbrick is dumb enough to forget something like that.
I have a question. It's very important.
Hmm.
Does he still have the top hat and monocle that was given to him?
Absolutely.
Not that he's
Oh.
currently wearing. Of course, he's not currently wearing it. He's not at a ball. That's his good uniform. He was in a blizzard.
He keeps it in the bag of holding. Okay, it needs to stay pristine.
It's a book of holding.
It was very
Oh, that's
important for
great.
you to know this.
Yeah.
Tenbrick would have put it safely in his book of holding after the shit at the masquerade.
You do see him move over to your book of holding, flip it open, crawl a bit in there, and like reach his fingers in and pull out the heating stones that you never gave back to Tyrus. Kind of like rub them together to activate it, and just lays on the bed with it on his palm, like, I am warming myself. It was cold outside.
Crap, I knew I forgot to give something back to Tyrus. Shit.
You've been holding on to those since the Feywilds.
Whoops. Sorry, Tyrus, wherever you are. No, after that, Tenbrick is just gonna, like, put a little throw blanket over Hemlock, and then he's gonna go rejoin the group and see what's going on.
Alright. Tenbrick, as you start making your way down, you are going to be passing Plato.
Okay.
Plato, is there anything you would like to say as you see the spoopy boy walking down?
There's something I'd like to say, however, keep in mind that Plato is currently de-helmeted, carrying the helmet in one of the hands.
Right. So, Temprick, you walk down and you see a very... go ahead and describe your dwarf.
Okay, so you see a medium-sized red beard. Well, medium for a dwarf at least. Still pretty big, but and then red hair and very dwarvish, kind of fuller face. That you've never seen before. Um, this is your first time seeing this. But it's still wearing the same armor otherwise, so you'd recognize.
Same armor, still
Okay.
dragging the giant anchor behind him.
Yeah.
Plato, I presume?
This is me.
You look... The fuck was that?
Don't worry about it, keep going.
Certainly was.
You're surprisingly normal for a dwarf compared to what I was expecting for some reason.
Oh, I know I might not be. I know I might not be much to look at.
No,
But,
you're quite handsome. Really.
oh,
I've been told
thank you.
I've been told that I apparently am easily distracted by pretty faces, and I am distracted, therefore you are a pretty face. Is that how Tyrus told me to say it?
I will. I'm flattered. Wait, thank you for the kind remarks.
I'm sure Brooks at that.
Tembrick is dumb! Like, legit, dude, Tembrick has an intelligence modifier of 1. He is not intelligent.
That's not bad.
Anyway,
Smarter than normal.
yeah, sorry I just kind of dipped away. I had some things that I had to take care of.
Oh, that's fine. We were just playing games anyway.
Sounds like you had a fun time.
Yeah. I accidentally slapped someone's hand pretty hard. with my gauntlet on, and I feel terrible.
Please tell me you didn't, you know, him.
What?
He's fine, right? Like, he's okay, right?
Oh, yeah, fine. Just
Okay.
a little paw hurt.
Poor thing. Anyway, I'm gonna. I just had a weird chat with the with the powers that be, and I need a fucking drink after that. Do you want me to
The
buy you a
powers that
drink?
be?
I had a little prayer session, and it's a whole thing. It's just silly stuff, you know. Like if I happen to win the lottery, if I happen to get a million gold by tomorrow, you know, just stupid shit.
Hmm.
For DM knowledge, he is absolutely trying to lie about the fact that the traveler just came to visit.
I'm gonna do an insight then.
Roll
Um,
deception.
Okay.
where is Play-Doh actor? There we go. Yeah, the actor thing did change. There.
I have to pull my character sheet up. You still
Sorry.
have a chance, trust me.
Sorry, I just saw what was posted in the memes channel.
Or not, never mind.
Hey, let's go.
So,
Okay.
you stare at him. You think long and hard. Timur, what is he pinging off of you?
uh, there's a defensiveness. Uh, trying to think of the way to word it. He's not lying about the prayer circle thing, but he's definitely not telling the whole truth, and he seems very, very uncomfortable to share any of the details at all.
Okay. Um. Well, I respect your privacy about that, but if you ever have a change of heart, I'm all ears. Okay, maybe we can help figure something out.
I appreciate it's. You're not interrogating me?
Oh no. Um, I there's a time and place for interrogation. Maybe not in the hallways. Maybe not now.
I that's that, that's actually really nice of you. Thanks. I'm gonna go get that drink. What fucking reality is this? I need a drink. Timbrick is not used to people being nice to him.
Uh,
Alright.
if uh, if you'll excuse me, and then continues on to thing, but also uh just for your safety, uh don't mind the bird, and I'm gonna have the bird hop off of me and look at look at Tambrick and kind of kind of start following. I hope you don't mind.
No, yeah, that's actually a little more what I expected. Yep, not a problem. And not Timbrick's just gonna nod, give like the good night, have a good night nod, and head for the bar.
Oh, and at any time you'd prefer to have more privacy, just make a sign to the bird, and I make a sign with my hands, uh, as like a special signal.
Mm-hmm.
I do
Okay.
not wish to disturb your private time.
I've got some things I gotta puzzle out, you know.
So,
Okay, and then I head up to my room.
as you
And
retire
Timbrick
for the night,
heads.
and Tyrus, goddamn it, and Tambrick goes to meet up with the others, you walk in, Tambrick, just as the door to the tavern opens up, and you see a wood elf I believe she is in the embed. I'll just post her again. You see a wood elf with short reddish brown hair, tan skin, green eyes, in a forest colored armor, a lot of acorn decorations, as she walks in and goes, Vespier, are you here?
So he did actually say pretty much right away as soon as he saw her. Oh, hello, Maple. It is so good to see you. And look, I have found friends.
That's great, but your mother has a message for you.
Oh, how is he doing?
You see, she takes her bow and an arrow, and she shoots the arrow into the table in front of you with the note tied to it.
He jumps, drops his drink, and it splatters all over the place. You just see a brownish liquid just start spraying out across, and he goes, "Oh, how much your husky?"
Is that normally how your mother delivers notes to you?
No, not usually. Usually
No,
not
this
short
is
that
just
that
how
much.
I deliver. This is how I deliver the notes.
That was only like a 10-foot walk. You could have just stepped over. That's a perfectly bad waste of alcohol.
She looks to you.
Sorry.
And who's the new
manners.
bloke? I see a couple new faces.
Like I said, I have gone out and I have found new friends.
Huh.
Well, she and I have gone out and found new friends. We also brought a big old boar. You hungry?
Not particularly. And she kind of walks up and goes, Lothil, it's been a hot minute since I've seen you. Lothil gives a nod as she goes, well, everyone here is a part of the rebellion, so feel free to introduce yourself to everyone, or people start introducing yourselves. This is Maple Moss. She is the head of the Scouts and the Rangers.
As introductions being made, Vespier is going to unfurl and start reading the note.
All right.
But go ahead and do introductions.
Yeah. Is anyone Ayala or Tembrick, are you introducing yourself to this individual?
Yeah, I was waiting to make sure that I wasn't interrupting anybody by accident. Tembrick steps over, offers a attempt at a firm hand, but his fingers are super long and like his hands look like if you squeeze too hard, you might just actually break them. And he offers a kind, fangy, semi-creepy smile and just Tembrick Raqueth. I fucking can't say my own name. Tembrick Raqueth, second house of Son Raqueth. Pleasure to meet you.
She gives a smile. She puts her bow away and she takes your hand. A very sturdy handshake as she shakes your hand by the wrist and goes, hello, it's nice to meet you. I'm Maple Moss. You said Raqueth.
Yeah, second son, not many people actually remembered I existed. That was cool. That was a fun time.
Huh. You see her kind of like glance over to Vespia and she goes, so you're the son of
Yeah.
the king.
Disowned, but yeah, that's the disowned son of the king. Pretty sure they assumed I was dead. Wouldn't be surprised. Middle child, all that. You're not gonna stab me, right? Because like stabbing hurts a lot. I've been stabbed a lot more than I care to. I'm gonna
No, I
shut
just
up
thought you
now.
would look different.
Is how I look offensive? I mean, I'm used to it. I just different isn't a word I usually get when people refer to how I look.
Shorter than expected.
I don't know. I expected you to be a bit more I guess look more like the royal family.
Yeah, so I don't know how much you know about Riquette's family history, but I apparently inherited a long lost thought to be long lost uh sorcerer bloodline from a great grandfather or something. I don't remember quite, but I'm a sorcerer of the ancient fear bloodline, and because of that I look more like the nightmares that children have about monsters in the toy chest, and yeah, I basically was made out to be the boogeyman for some people.
I see. Interesting. Not what I expected, but interesting in nonetheless. And she looks over at Ayla. And you?
Did you say your name was Maple? My name is Ayala. I am part of the Air Shori.
I didn't know that we were having a Shawries come help us. That is wonderful. And she walks over and she shakes your hand. It's a pleasure to meet you.
To meet you as well.
Would you like me to address you in any particular way?
Oh, no, that's fine. Just Ayala.
All right,
And
Ayla.
you're the leader of the scouts?
I keep the scouts trained and gather intel on the landscapes, how they've been shifting a bit.
Ayala will kind of smile and just be like, that's very impressive. That's a big job to do.
She gives a nod and says, "It can definitely be a bit challenging, especially when you have eager young lads who think that they can get some information." And she kind of like glances over at Vespier.
See, Vespier has this sweet little smile on his face as he's reading the note. He perks up, kind of looks over. Oh, hi. Yes. And he kind of rolls it up. I am, hi. What do we say?
I don't know why
didn't realize
you're
you
out
were...
late.
Oh,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
I said it first. Ha.
Vespier just looks at the two of them, just try to talk to each other, glances to each other. Just sitting there, little smile as his tail kind of swishes.
Spear, I didn't realize you were a part of the scouts.
He's not.
Maybe. Perhaps sometime, do not know where I'm going to be fitting in, but, somewhere. Kind of glances to Lothil.
You're not a part of the scouts.
What should I be looking?
She looks at Lothil like, you can't be serious. As Lothil takes a sip of their drink and goes, unfortunately, though I don't like it, unfortunately, Vespier now has a foot in this game. As you see Maple kind of like take out an arrow and kind of like twist it a little in her hands in a almost like a nervous fidget as she goes, "So you heard?" "Yes, I did." "Well, if you're going to be a part of my scouts, then you're going to have to be, you need to take attention and learn to respect what I say a little more closer than just aim, shoot, then run off instantly."
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
In the bedroom, I assume everyone's like in the same bedroom, or are we in different rooms?
So everyone's still in the tavern. You can pick one of the bedrooms upstairs.
Okay, I thought maybe Gia or someone was still in the bedroom with me.
No, so if you look at your token,
Okay.
there's this room,
Mm-hmm.
this room, this room, god damn it, this room and this room. There's doors and each of them contain a bedroom.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that no one was like up here, um, uh, like not asleep, but like just starting to go to sleep. So since everyone's down there, I'm gonna go ahead and go down there since I hear all the commotion with my homunculus.
Yeah, and you can hear the talking from this area over here because when you walk over, you do see that this is a fence, and it opens up over the bard's stage for people to be able to hear the bards even upstairs.
Okay.
Okay, you can start making your way downstairs.
So what was said? I completely forgot what was said to Vespir.
If you're going to be joining my team, then you need to be able to listen a bit more and not just aim, shoot, and then run off.
He smiles a little sheepishly, his ears kind of pinned back a little bit. I can improve in that area, yes. Very much so.
Good. Zaza, you open the door. You see this commotion that's been happening. I came to deliver this letter, and I've delivered it, so I should be heading off.
It is getting late. Are you sure it's safe to be out and about at this time?
Someone has to make sure that the streets are safe.
I thought that's what the Pebblegrins were doing.
One of the Pebblegrins is under my supervision, and the other one tags along because he's really good at reading people and reading situations.
Well, I wish you safe travels, and I look forward to meeting with you tomorrow.
She gives a nod and gives a smile as she looks at Tembrick, and there's almost this hesitant of a, I'm just gonna just smile and wave as she starts walking towards the door, and she sees Zaza and someone behind him, and she goes, "Ah, and I see Zaza's back."
To see you too, lass.
And you have a friend. Should I should I let them know something?
He goes, I have a friend. He's like looking around, looks for items. When did you get here?
Oh, you didn't notice my heavy steps.
I couldn't hear it over my own footsteps.
Um, I I have ears places, and it's a little hard to sleep with such commotion anyway. So it's everything's
Try
fine.
earplugs.
Would you like some beeswax? I can hand you that, and that can cover your ears while you're sleeping.
I've got some
You
No,
mind
I'm
if you
components
put your
pouch.
helmet on?
I'm sure it'll die down soon enough.
Tamberg, I didn't expect to see you again. You seemed so tired earlier.
I had some things I had to take care of, and now, after some revelations, I needed another drink.
Is everything alright?
Oh no, everything's fine, just vague answers to even vaguer questions.
I see why that could be frustrating.
Vespir just gives a nod, like he's not completely understanding what Tim just said.
Lothville takes a long pull from her drink as she's staring at Tembrick. And
This
those
fucking
eyes
idiot
are...
she's been saddled with.
No, it's the eyes that tell you that you two will have a talk later.
Cool. He just gives her a nod and goes to the bar.
I think Ayala is going to cast message on Lothil and just be like, Do you know what's going on?
You get a reply from Lothil as she pulls another sip as she goes. With what happened upstairs? I don't know. I don't want to know what he does in the privacies of his own chambers.
Ayla
As for anything
turns
else,
Luthill
as for anything
and shoots
else,
her a look like, oh.
I have inklings. Is there anything anyone wishes to do before we head to sleep for the night and continue the
Yeah.
next day?
Yeah.
Zaza
So
challenge.
so Plato goes up to Vesper. Um, so Vesper, uh, I see you got a letter. Um,
Oh, yes.
oh, would you mind explaining it to me in your own words, just in case it's important to me?
Oh, maybe not to you, but my mother had sent me message wishing me well wishes and hoping I stay safe for the night. That and my siblings are all wishing me good night. And he kind of unfurls the letter, and you kind of see it basically says that, and three little sets of inky paw prints at the bottom.
Oh,
The paw prints are tiny. Like a kitten's paw prints. Just boop.
do you mind if I take a quick grab at it?
A quick grab at what?
Oh, the letter.
Yeah, but yeah. And he kind of offers a letter to him.
Okay, and I'm gonna do a investigation on the letter just to see if there's anything that's like um anything either suspicious or like more than is there.
Alright, go ahead and roll investigation.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, it was shot at him, so this is a very it's not outside the realm of maybe.
Okay, 29.
So, here's
It was
what the
lace
letter
with
says.
lice.
It has fleas. This is what the letter says.
Mhm.
The hind just starts going on Vesper behind his ear.
This is what the letter says, and the letter contains 3 inky paw prints on it. And one second.
Okay.
So as you're focusing on it and you're touching the letters, you're like running your fingers across the ink, making sure that 100% there's nothing to this letter, when suddenly you see the letters start to wobble a little.
Huh.
And they all start melding together and turning and forming until it looks like your face.
My face?
Yeah, like a sketch of your face.
Okay.
Do the rest of us see this?
Is it just you sees this or?
From where everyone is currently standing, I would say Vesper is tall enough. Yes. And Ayala definitely sees it. No one else would see it at the time. Vesper, you see this happening.
His ears perk up as he just looks at this, and he's like, "How have you been doing this? This is very strange. Magic that you've done."
It's not mine.
And he takes the letter back and kind of holds it in front of him and see if it does his. As he's looking at it, he's actually gonna stick his tongue out and kind of cross his eyes a bit.
Should I
So as you lean closer in and you stick your tongue out and you make cross eyes, all of a sudden it shows Zaza's face sketched. The ink moves around and suddenly Zaza's face appears in it.
Hey, look, Zaza, it is impeccable. See? And he makes a face at Zaza and shows a picture to Zaza.
I'm gonna cast Detect Magic.
You cast Detect Magic, and there's a spell being cast on it called Minor Illusion. I believe Detect Magic tells you the source of said thing. Said
Yeah,
magical
let me
thing.
let me
Tells
read
you
it
the
real
school.
quick.
I know it'll tell you the skull, but I don't think it'll tell you who cast it.
Yeah, it's yeah, it just tells you the school magic.
Yeah, there's no extra things you can get for doing it longer, it seems.
All right. So as you cast Detect Magic, Timbrick, I believe your Detect Magic should still be up. It's a few minutes.
Yes.
There was no magic on it before when they handed it to him, and there is now magic, and you learn that the School of Magic is, if I remember correctly, Minor Illusion is. I can't remember.
I think illusion is the school itself, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, the School of Illusion. And Tempric, you saw that the magic originated source from as the person started casting the spell. You see Ayala's hand glowing underneath the table as she's keeping up the illusion.
And as long as it's not any of that ooky spooky evil shit coming from my family, we good.
Would Vespir have seen this as well?
You don't see the magic, you just see what's happening to the papers.
Yeah, but on past perception, I see Ayla doing this.
Um. Ayala, roll me a sleight of hand or a stealth. Since you're not moving around, your stealth will not be at disadvantage. To see if you can hide the fact that you're casting this.
Ooh.
I think it's two of us only.
19.
19. Vespir and Zaza. So Vespir and Zaza would see like the hand underneath the table, and then as soon as it starts to like become a thing, you see the hand close, and the image looks normal.
Vespir is, even though he did see it, still enjoying himself, as he's kind of like now making faces at the letter.
I'm gonna do I know how far away the spell has to have been cast based on its school or anything, or should I roll knowledge arcana for that?
No, you would know that minor illusion is within 30 feet of you.
Okay. um I'm I'm gonna sit take a seat on this stool over here facing everyone and kind of put my thinking hand on my chin, right?
Yeah. We'll go over
Ayla's
to.
going to.
What is
Oh.
Ayla doing?
I was just gonna say Ayla is going to try and catch Vespir's eye and just like wink at him. And then kind of be like, well, it's getting pretty late now. I think we should all probably rest up for the meeting tomorrow.
Vespir, he gives a nod and smiles to her. A very happy smile as he kind of takes the letter and kind of rolls it back up. Yes, it is, getting at the late, the hours are getting away from us.
Real quick, I just want to do a insight to see if anyone's acting suspicious about the whole like minor illusion thing.
Go ahead.
Okay.
As you are doing this, though, Zaza's outside taking a smoke. I would say no one's acting suspicious, right? The 22?
No, I'm just imagining, like, in his head, he's just having this internal monologue, like in the war detector, just sitting there with a drink, just being like, I watch over the party as they're being kind of goofy. Suspicious, suspicious activity, but at the time, seems innocent. We'll check further.
Exactly.
I mean, Tembrick looks a little uncomfortable and twitchy as he buys a bottle of wine from the bar. It is just like, it's super anxious sketch, but not like up to anything sketch.
The tall, lanky one seems very shaky with the tall bottle of booze in his hand. I don't think he can actually handle that.
Oh my fucking god.
I think you would probably... I think you probably would have seen Ayala trying not to laugh a little as they make their way to their room.
Okay.
Um,
I marked to myself. I have suspicions, but the culprit of the minor illusion remains a mystery. Some mysteries may be left unsolved.
Oh,
Sorry, I want to know
that's
the answer to this
a shame.
question. It still remains to be seen.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. That'll be my last one.
No, I am headed to bed with the rest of you.
Gia.
Oh, I have to open the door.
Yeah, so there's little icons on them for you to open and close doors.
Okay. All y'all
Uh,
heard for like 10 minutes was Gio scrabbling with every fucking door.
Gia,
Whoops. Oh,
Yeah, I was about to say Gia had the same issue.
Gia, as you're heading off to sleep, Lothil's gonna go take her leave, and she passes by Tembrick, and Tembrick, you do see her have the eyes of "We'll talk later."
I can't even pray in peace.
Vesper walks past Timbrick and gives him a smile and be like, "Hey, I hope we have fun tomorrow." Small, hopeful, happy little boy eyes as he kind of like walks by. Like, boy is a charmer to him.
Yep, nope, having fun. That's what we're doing. And Tembrick said he uses a smile, trying to hide the, oh, you poor sweet summer child, as he walks to his room.
Alright. The Pebblegrin brothers.
Vesper walks by every door, knocks, pokes a little snout in. I hope you have a good night. Goes to the next door. I hope you're having a wonderful night. Just wishes the good night, everybody.
Ella's room is locked. She knows this. She knows what this boy will be doing. Nah.
Mm-hmm.
The moment you peek your head into Ella's room, she just walks over, gives you a hug, and says, "Good night, dear, and I hope you sleep very well. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. And get plenty of rest."
Yes. Have a good night, Ella.
Pat on the head, and off to bed you go.
Off to bed I go. Good night, Ayala. Dia, Lo, Plato.
So, as everyone heads into their room for the night, Tembrick, are you going to your room to sleep?
Yes.
All right.
And he does put a tripwire in front of his door in the window in case anybody tries to break in.
Roll sleight of hand. Let's see how well that goes.
I never said it works, but he makes him feel better.
The Pebblegrim brothers will be staying awake tonight.
Actually,
You said sleight of hand?
can
yes.
I give him so, quick question. Tyrus actually does this on the regular. Would he have picked up on that and maybe get, like, some advantage from Tyrus, having seen him do this multiple times?
You cannot do advantage from beyond the grave.
Damn it.
It's fine.
I tried my best, buddy.
That's not bad. So, 14.
It's not bad. You're pretty sure it's functional.
Fair enough.
All right.
It's okay. You're pretty sure that it works as it's supposed to. You saw Tyler see this a couple times. You're pretty sure this works, but there's always that little doubt in the mind. Zaza, as you walk out to take your little smoke break, You see Maple Moss outside as she looks over and goes, "Ah, the famous Zaza is back in town."
Is it little Maple Moss? How you doing?
Little, I'm the same age as you. How dare? If anyone's little, it's you. And she kind of like flicks your face, knowing the fact that you're taller than her.
I pull her into a big old hug.
She laughs and gives you a hug back as she says, "You shouldn't be out here. It's dark."
I need to find something really quickly before it gets too dark to find it.
And what are you looking for?
With my massive peak, I can kind of everyone is quieted down in there, right?
Yeah.
Someone out here was doing something they shouldn't, and I need to find it. So just to be careful.
What are we looking for? Meaning
Silver
she's going to
ring
help
or
you
something
look.
like that, correct?
It was a cigar that was laced with something.
A bit of a smoke thing that was laced with not so good things.
She nods and she's going to help you look. You roll investigation with advantage.
Zaza, give me your character sheet. Thank you.
No. He's upset with you because you abandoned him and I had to take him in.
You're tearing this family apart.
You're looking around and you can't seem to find it, unfortunately. So Maple scratches her head and says, "I don't see one out here. But it is getting late. And it's dangerous outside, Zaza."
Should have been right around here. Didn't get that far of the building before you go backwards.
Perhaps check back in the daytime, though it might snow tonight.
That's my worry. If the snow melts, it'll get soggy. With the grass.
I'm sure it's already soggy if it's been a while. So the new...
One more go and then I will go ahead.
Alright, go ahead and roll and give it a straight roll because I would say disadvantage because you already checked, but Maple is helping you.
Investigation. One more roll. Oh!
As you go, as you're thinking, let me just check one more time. And you're sifting through. You pass by a spot that you had already passed, and the stick that you thought was a stick was not actually a stick. It looked like a little bit left of a cigarette, a hand-rolled cigarette, with remnants on it.
Get up. Place it into a napkin.
Alright.
There we go.
You found what you're looking for?
Hate this. Yep. Hate the stuff that's in it.
Get some rest, Zaza. It's cold outside, and you're going to get sick. Don't you know your frail bones can't handle that?
Are you... I've got enough liquor in my system to light a bonfire. I'll be fine.
Well, see you for the meeting tomorrow. She pats you on the shoulder before she starts heading out.
A question before you go.
She stops and she turns to look at you.
They had a question. They were asking him something, and then he went back to digging.
She looks at him and goes, "It can wait. Don't worry about it."
Well, if you're sure. Be safe as well.
Always am. And she starts to head out. And everyone gets a nice long rest.
Please stop. Please stop.
Alright.
And as everyone sleeps and darkness settles into the tavern, can I get...
Oh, just before we go to sleep, I want to cast alarm on my door.
Alright, good to know.
Yeah.
Can I get Vespier, Gia, to make me a... just roll me a d4.
What? Oh, hang on. No, I don't want to roll a 3d4. Leave me alone. 4.
Gia, sleeping soundly in your room for the night. Sleep comes easy. You're very relaxed tonight. Vespier, on the other hand, you're going to be waking up in the middle of the night, a bit shook from a dream of the night your father was taken. And though you do get your long rest, it was not a peaceful one. And as we move through the time, 5:30 a.m. rolls around. Tembrick, you hear a knock on your door.
Pembroke pulls a dagger out from under his pillow, inches to the door, listens for a second.
There's no sound.
Who is it?
I had a
Who-
bad dream. Can I come sleep with you?
Not you, Vespier.
I'm sorry, it was right there.
You hear, "Open the door already. We need to have a talk."
One moment. Undoes his tripwire at the front of the door.
Roll me
unlocks
sleight of
it,
hand.
and then... Oh, god damn it. Oh, dice, don't fail me now. Please, I am begging you.
Are you maybe proficient with thieves' tools?
Nope.
Yeah, just roll sleight of hand. That
Not
was
great.
That was below your the DC you set to disarm it. So so you go over and you're like, one moment, and you look at it, you start to disarm it, and it goes off, and you get smacked by whatever it is that you have set.
It would have been a so in his like menagerie of a collection that he has, he keeps ball bearings and like not quite a goblet, but like coffee cup size metal cup that he always sets up for it to fall and crack somebody in the head. The ball bearings fall around them, Home Alone style.
All right. So you get smacked with your own ball bearings.
Then
It's so
he
rough.
kind of kicks one of the ball bearings away and then opens the door, just like, fucking come in.
You need to learn how to do that better. As they start to walk in. She closes the door and looks at you and says, "About last night."
What about it?
So, about last night, I was curious about something when you went out to smoke.
Mm-hmm.
When you went out to smoke, what exactly were you smoking? I know I've seen you take puffs of specific things a cigarette every now and then.
Just something to calm my nerves.
not anything dangerous, right?
It's not dangerous. Surprisingly, this might come as a shock to you, I've been under a lot of stress lately. But no, it's not dangerous. It's just something to help me keep from losing my calm.
She's gonna insight check you.
Okay. Because he has a history as an addict, would he be able to get an advantage on his deception?
Sure.
Thank God. I am so glad I took that advantage. Fuck! 14?
19 plus 5.
Buddy, you got this.
What is
We're back to normal,
Loveville picking
guys.
up on your lying?
He's pissed off because fuck off, it's my business. He's not necessarily lying about it being something to calm him down, but the being dangerous bit, little hesitation there, but more of a I've done this for so long, I don't see it as dangerous, but others might consider it dangerous kind of way.
So you see her staring at you, and it's a very intense stare. As you see her kind of lean back on her heels a bit, looking at you, kind of looking up at you because tall.
Tall boy is tall.
Tall boy be tall. As she says, Is it not dangerous? Is it not dangerous because you don't think it is? Or is it not dangerous because it's not actually dangerous?
It's not all that dangerous unless you do too much of it. It's something I've used for a long time to keep me just kind of chill. Staying at the dosing I've always used. I wouldn't put this I wouldn't put any of this at risk.
See her thinking from, what the fuck are all these dice?
What the fuck?
I'm sorry. I was looking at something and I accidentally clicked it and it went right through my foundry. I did not mean to use all those dice. Please please delete that.
I am deleting it to everyone.
The camera zooms out and all of a sudden we see it didn't.
Good to know. Don't click the button to see if it rolls on that screen because it's going to roll on the other screen.
So, so she stares at you hard, Tambrick, and this is a stare that you didn't have a lot of parental figures growing up that were good for you. The stare doesn't make you think of how your father would stare at you with disgust, disdain, so on and so forth. But it's the kind of look that you haven't had much experience with. It's more of a look of an elder sister looking at you with she's looking at you with this look of, I want to see the good in you. I do. But you're making it very hard, and I am not I am becoming a little impatient at how much I have been trying to drill into your head good things. And it doesn't seem to be clicking. So almost like a frustrated sister look as she's looking at you.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
As she takes a sigh and says, what happens if you don't use them?
Nothing really except for a couple of headaches and just general. It's like when you drink a lot of coffee and suddenly stop drinking coffee for like a full day. Does that make sense?
Doesn't make you volatile, does it?
No.
Insight check.
He doesn't see himself as volatile, but yeah, no addict really does. Recovered or not.
Damn, she got a 10.
Please? Oh, thank you, God!
I like that on my screen it went from 13, bounce, 11.
Oh,
See her
18.
sigh. You see her sigh as she goes, if it starts becoming a problem, we will have a problem. Do you understand?
As you've made clear with everything.
And she looks at you and says, get dressed. We're heading out soon. And she walks out and closes the door.
And Tembrick just sighs, gathers up the ball bearings, tries to reset the trap.
You're going to reset the trap before you have to lead again?
We're leaving in the morning, right?
It's 5:30 a.m. She said, get dressed. We're leaving in a little while.
Sorry. I misheard. That is my bad. No, I take down my trap, my other trap, then gather up the bits and get ready.
Gets ready to go. Sets trap back up for the next person that comes in.
Fuck if you get to enjoy my room, motherfucker.
I need to know who all is awake at this moment.
He is awake.
Vespier would
Da-da-da.
Vespier would take a minute to come out.
I'll
Alright.
leave it to 50-50. I'll roll at 100, and if it's above 50, then I wake up.
I slept at the bar.
I do not wake up yet.
You did not sleep at the bar, for the bartenders would not allow that.
By the way, Velo, just let you know, you don't have to drag for each one. You can just use WSD arrow keys or numpad if you want to do that.
Don't tell me how to have my fun.
I saw that. I was like, what's going on there? Do you not know?
Let me have my little joys, Skelly.
Sorry.
I think
Sorry,
Ayla would
this.
still be asleep for a little while, but she's in like a very light sleep at this point. You know, it's kind of like you don't quite want to get out of bed yet, but you're like, if there's commotion or if she hears something, she'll probably get up. So she won't. She's not getting up right now, but she'll be up very soon, I think.
Ayla is
Play-Doh.
relaxing from her vacation from her mom and her father.
Plato rests sound knowing that if anything, were to come up, there's two things. The homunculus could mind wake me up, or the alarm would wake me up if someone knocks on my door. So, sleeping.
All right. So, Gia, you wake up and you are awake. You're in the dining hall, and your mom is there sipping an early morning tea with a light breakfast.
Honestly, she's such a good girl. She'd go and sit next to her mom.
As you are given breakfast as well. And what is Gia drinking?
Gia probably has a nice glass of milk, and then maybe some raw meat cubes, a little bit of green veg. She doesn't really like cooked things, but she does really like cooked potatoes, provided they're like super crispy on the outside and really super soft and fluffy on the inside, kind of like pub potatoes.
Just like
she's
your mother makes them.
Just like mommy makes them. And then she's actually really particular to whatever this in-world's ketchup is. So like a vinegar and tomato kind of based thick sauce. And she just happily dunks her food in. She's eating.
All right. As everyone sits to eat, is there any conversations Zaza, Tambrick, Gia would like to make? The other two Pebblegan brothers,
request for
Benedict
Miss-
and Bennett, are here.
Request from Miss Della is though.
Yes.
And you would
I
notice
realized that Zaza. Go ahead, sorry.
you would notice that the raven from before was following Timbrick's. Timbrick.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So,
Or
what were you saying, Ghost?
I realized that Zaza has gone through a good bit of his happy juice. His gourd is almost empty. So he would like to walk over Archer's request. Um, he's Delias?
Yeah.
There's Delias if he can get his gourd filled with his usual that he takes with him when he goes traveling.
So you want your gourd filled up?
Filled up with the strong stuff, especially if eventually they might head into a fight.
When you say that, you need the strong stuff. Again, this tavern has seen better days. The supplies and such have been running low. So the strong stuff to her is her pouring as much random high volume alcohol together into one drink.
When he says strong stuff, for him, it would probably be something that has been just sitting there a while, and the alcohol percentage has just been going up.
She just starts pouring as many high volume drinks into one.
Interesting cocktails you're gonna have there, buddy.
I will say a point of notice in terms of design for the gourd. It has like on the less liquid that's in it, little designs on it. It's made out of I want to say a really tempered glass. It looks like when it's full, glass looks like clouds.
Okay.
When it's empty, clouds look more like flames, and you can see the faint outline of the word mercy on it.
Alright. So, as everyone begins to wake up a little bit, get a little breakfast in them, Tembrick, Lothil clears her throat and says, "Today you will be meeting with the representatives from Craghammer."
Mhm.
Zebra cakes.
What?
I have zebra cakes. Sorry, I got excited.
I hope you enjoy your super cake, honey.
I found them under my
Gia
desk.
just
I'm sorry.
Gia just has white cream and chocolate pancakes sitting in front of her.
Yeah, no, the bartender brings her like she comes around the bar and she reaches over Gia's shoulder and lays like a little snack cake kind of thing, is covered in white, like kind of white chocolate and just with chocolate stripes, and you just hear Gia go, "Zebra cakes!" Oh. And then she crams them into her mouth.
It reminds her of her homeland.
It makes sense that a lion would
She was
like
born.
this.
She was born here, man. She doesn't remember her homeland.
Oh, it reminds you of when you eat when your people would eat zebras. Anyway,
Yes.
so as Lothil says, you'll be meeting with the representatives from Craghammer. Very proud dwarfs. Very quick to offense. And I would like you to be fully sober for this. And by that you hear an inkling of don't smoke before you go here.
Hears the words. He hears the word sober. He has a drink to his lips. Goes, God damn it!
Not you. You're not going to
Well-
be speaking with the representatives.
I'll have to do my best to stay on my best behavior then, I guess.
I am prepared to see her thinking for a moment how to word this. I am I'm ready to see the nice and sober Tembric handle a situation like this.
Yep.
A situation fitting for a leader. So, once everyone is awake, we will start heading out, or we could go simply leave without them.
I just say, I'm looking at the image for Tambrix is PNG. It a little bit bugs me how off center his goddamn horns are.
Can't 3/4 angle, okay? Don't judge me!
Anyway, you hear Ayla. You walk in just as Lothil says, "Should we wake everyone up, or should we just head to the meeting ourselves?"
You're thinking of going to the meeting without everybody? That's quite rude.
You
She
hear the
kind
raven caw.
She looks at you, Ayla, and she goes, "Well, the spear is young. Perhaps we should let him sleep in."
Really
Then
weird.
again,
Vesper doesn't ever sleep in. He's usually right up with the morning and the roosters. That's
Would you like me to go try to wake him up?
yeah. If it doesn't pose a bother.
Sure. Which room is he in?
I don't know. I
Last
Blair don't
room
know,
next-
but I was
last
gonna
room
say
next to the stairs.
Gia would know.
Okay.
As you make your way in the hall, you do
Mm.
see Plato.
Oh. Good morning.
Plato yawns, and over the yawn, you hear what sounds like good morning, but the yawn kind of makes it hard to understand.
I see. Um, did you say that he was in the...
Yes, in this room.
Ayla's going to knock on the door, I guess?
The spear. There's
Agreed.
knocking on the door.
You hear a brief pause before you hear, just a moment. And you hear a little bit of shuffling and like some movement inside before he does finally come in and answer the door after like maybe a couple minutes. You see him looking woken. Not like he just woke up, but definitely like you see like like it's all the way over there apparently. But yeah, he gives you a look like a worn smile, but smile nonetheless. So you're kind of pinned back. Hi. Good morning, Ayla.
Cece?
Oh no!
Cece?
Oh,
Her internet
Cece
might
died.
be dropping.
I'm trying to...
Oh.
What? I've been talking... Okay, apparently
Oh.
I was too quiet, I guess.
Yeah, I saw it light up, but
She
nothing
just
came
said good
through.
morning and asked if you were alright. Oh no.
No, you get. I'm fine. I'm okay. How about you? I'm sure with your passive,
I'm
sure your
alright.
passive. I'm sure your passive insight, by the way, is high enough to tell that you can like see that he's definitely like hiding something. Definitely see in the face.
Did something
Yeah, I would
happen
say.
last night?
Yeah, I would say that their passive is good enough to tell.
I just bad dreams is all, and I'll be fine. He kind of steps out into the. Oh, never mind.
Oh.
He starts to step out in the hallway before he sees Ayla step up to him. He pauses, looks to her.
Okay. She's gonna come over and like scritch his head. Just be like, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Today will be a good day."
Leans to the scritches and offers a warm smile, but you definitely see, especially at this point, as the light kind of comes in, you definitely see a slight reflection in his cheek, as like the remnant of like a tear had filled down his cheek, and kind of quickly tried to wipe it away.
You know, the others are preparing to go to the meeting, and they said perhaps maybe you'd want to sleep in. Um, I thought I'd wake you up just in case you wanted to come along, but it's your choice.
Yeah, I very much do want to come along. I'm give me one moment, please, to make sure I have everything in order.
So I'll be in the the big area.
Okay.
Plato, you walk outside and you see everyone at the dinner table, well, at the large table, discussing, talking, and eating.
Hmm. As I walk out into the room, Plato says, uh, "It's not nice to discuss leaving without people." And then he goes and sits at at this chair here.
Well, Vesper is young. I didn't know if you should let him sleep in. But
Um,
Talk to Vesper. He's gathering his things together, and he'll be here shortly.
you see her like offer a smile, but it's one of those smiles like, great, we are doing this. We are dragging the child into this. Great. Well, if everyone is if everyone is going, remember to be on your best behavior. Craghammer is very very much filled with prideful beings.
Pride cometh before fall.
Craghammer has very much yet to fall. After a few minutes of waiting, Vesper, you start walking in.
Yep. Smiles over at everybody. Hello, good morning to you all.
Good morning, Vesper. I hope you slept well.
Slept all right? Yes, very much so.
Vesper walking over to you is Miss Del. I freaking Delise, as she gives you a smile and says, "Well, everyone's already eaten, dear, but I did make you a nice breakfast sandwich for the road."
You very much spoiled me, Mr. Lee. Thank you very much. You was too kind.
You got us the boar, so it's only right that we give you a bit of payment. It's not much, but it's something.
It is very much everything that I am needing for payment. Thank you very much.
She gives you a nice little wrapped up sack as her and Ella come forward, go over to the counter and then come back, and they place essentially knapsacks down. Each of them has your names on it as they go, "Remember to eat something, dears, alright? Eat something when lunchtime comes around."
Practice lunches, guys.
Thanks, Mom.
Thank you.
what about breakfast?
That's very kind.
You were currently eating breakfast waiting for Vesper.
Okay.
First breakfast, sure, but what, second breakfast?
And
He's a dwarf, not a
can I
hobbit.
do like a quick can I do like a quick insight check or perception or something just to get like everybody's vibes on how they're feeling about the meeting and stuff like that?
All right, go ahead and roll vibes. Roll a vibe check. Anyone who was trying to
Roll vibe.
hide. Insight check. Roll that vibe check. Anyone who's trying to hide anything, roll me a deception.
Okay.
Is that perception, Max?
No, insight. Insight is your vibe check.
Okay.
Well, check
I
the
didn't know what
vibe.
the vibe check was. Oh, well. Zaza.
24.
If you're not
Is
hiding
that it
anything,
for
what do
everyone?
you roll?
Yeah, Gia doesn't hide anything.
All right. You are getting from Vesper. You're getting a bit of anxious vibes from him. Gia, you're getting that she is a very happy, a happy little lioness right now, as her mouth is covered in some sort of frosting. Zaza seems troubled.
Cute.
Tembrick seems fine. Lothil seems concerned. And her eyes are kind of like glancing towards Tembrick. And Plato's vibing.
Twiddling
Plato
his
is the
thumbs.
vibes.
Vesper is smiling as best he can as he notably is holding kind of tightly on his bow.
So,
Like how you would like a backpack strap, but the bow's across his chest.
so everyone begins to head out.
I have something I would like to do.
What's up?
I'd like to pull Lowell to the side.
All right, you pull low to the side.
I'll hand her the napkin that contains the thing.
All right.
If you ever see any of this floating around, get rid of it. This is the stuff.
She looks down at the napkin you handed her
I wanna-
and nods. What's up, Bale?
I want to see if I can like eavesdrop on this conversation because those are the two that seem
Go.
nervous and exchanging glances. Kind of.
Go ahead and roll perception.
What do I roll stealth for this?
If you think Zaza would think someone is eavesdropping on them, then I would say roll stealth.
It's very much of things like there's enough tension in the room. I don't want adding more.
Okay, Zaza, roll your stealth check. No. Ayla, you heard everything.
Okay.
Ayla,
Do I
remember
hear
this.
anything with my passive perception? Just on the.
I would say yes. With the self check of 17, you would hear some whispers, but you can't make out exactly what they're saying.
Okay.
Vespier, did your passive perception go, Vespier? I don't see you in the thing. God damn it.
It should be the second to last one on the toolbar down there.
Yeah, you're not there for me. Passive perception is 26. Vespier, you hear it all. Your fucking massive ass ears. Alright. We're gonna activate this scene again. As I need everyone to do me a favor and place your characters. I need like a marching order, essentially.
Okay.
Do not put Tembrick in the front. He is not a tanky boy.
The front with you.
I'll protect you, Tembrick.
I feel so loved.
And
I'll bring
would
it
I
there.
would I have noticed that Vespier? Would I notice that Vespier is nervous?
I mean, it's not hiding it very well.
Yeah, with your passive
Yeah.
insight of 19, yes, you
Yeah.
noticed.
Yeah, he doesn't look nervous. He looks more like something's kind of bothered him, but he's like doing his best to like keep focused in the moment.
Okay.
Don't worry.
And bring
Ignore
it-
something that's bothering him.
bringing up the rear for
Hey,
assault back up, just in case
Vesper.
something comes up behind us.
All right.
Vesper, why
Wait,
don't
could
you
I
come
could I
and
trade
walk next
spots?
to me?
Hold
Could I
on.
trade spots? Hello.
Hold on.
Uh,
Sorry.
Sid, where are you wanting to trade spots?
With low.
All right. Uh, and now, Ayala, what were you saying?
well, Vesper, why don't you come and walk beside me? We can see if we can spot any boars or anything.
He looks back to you and okay, sure, I can do that.
Before he walks away, Gia just gives him a big liony smile and pats him on the shoulder.
He smiles back to her.
Tembrick, you have been moved to the front.
Okay.
Vespier smiles back to Gia and kind of gives a little, a little shoulder nudge with his shoulder before he goes back.
And
friendly, little friendly bump.
may I make a little comment? Just a little OOC comment. With the way Tamber's cape is fluttering, all I'm saying is his cape fluttering in Plato's face the entire time. Plato's like batting it out of his face with like when your cat's standing in front of you and their butt and their tail is in your face and you're like, get out.
There is a tail on Raketh.
Yeah,
Yeah, he does have a
And
tail.
the tail's there too.
the cloak cannot go away. You can't figure out why. It's just tail pushing it up towards you.
Plato gets annoyed with that and walks over here instead. Marches.
Now y'all are flanking the boy. You have advantage on attacks.
Wait, what?
They're flanking Vespier. No, they're flanking Vespier.
Oh, I'm used to the one being yelled at.
Jump him.
They're gonna attack the child. Anyway. As everyone begins to walk, Zaza, Ayala, Vespier, and Gia, you hear a rustling sound coming from over here. And then, without warning, it moves to here. And then you hear another one over here.
Are there a lot of rabbits native to this area?
Aye. They're native to the area, yes.
There are quite a few things that are native to the area. Rabbits, boars, snakes. Also has a good game out here. Deer. Very, very, very popular deer. Also got bears. What else we got?
The rustling's getting a little louder until it suddenly becomes to a silent stop.
Can I do
I was like, was it sound?
You want to know what it sounds like, and Gia, what were you doing?
Yeah.
I was gonna see if I could do like a survival check just to kind of quickly scan the ground and see if there are animal prints or possibly boot prints of some kind, just to see what's scuttling around in the area.
Investigator's gonna do the same as he's mentioning, like listing off animals that he knows in the area.
So I need both of you to either roll me perception or survival. You can either roll it separately, or you can roll it. One of you can roll it with one of them with advantage.
I have a +6 to survival. What do you have?
I also have a +6 survival. I think I have an advantage on one of those. Give me a second. I have observant. Must buy a bonus to your passive perception, passive insight. No, I just have proficiency with it, so 6 on both.
We can roll together. Are we combining our scores, or are we seeing who has higher?
She was at. Yeah, I mean, she was asking me to
Can-
roll on
let-
her own, or
Yeah, I want to know what Mags is asking for.
I need either. You can either roll it separately or roll it together.
I got a 6 in both, so I can do either one.
And how are we going to calculate it if we roll it together? Like, are we both rolling a dice and then calculating it, combining it? Okay.
I wouldn't say
let's-
you're combining it. It's just to see who can get who hears like.
Okay, let's roll together.
Basically, is one of us giving you? Oh yeah.
Is it all right?
Huh? You kind of cut out there. What's up?
Is it okay if I also roll? Is it all right if I also roll?
And the whole reason I asked, like, what does it sound? Does it sound like animal? Or does it sound like boot? For instance, I was going to roll to see as well.
I would say at the moment, let them take the lead. I'll give you a second. I gotta sneeze.
Okay.
Just sneezing.
Oh my god. Bitch, I will sneeze 3 times now. Fuck you.
Watermelon.
No, pineapple actually.
No, it's not here. What the hell do you mean?
No, so
Pineapple
as
juice.
y'all are listening in, Gia, you hear a sound coming from behind you and looking around in the ground, trying to see the prints around you. You don't see any. It looks like whatever was making these hasn't walked onto the ground. And what you do notice with yours is there is different piles of snow, as the snow around you is very, like, it's early morning, it's fresh and sleek. Some of them are a little higher than normal in the trees, like snow had fallen from the leaves and the branches into the ground.
Kind of like little, maybe like nests or something?
Little mounds.
Little mounds.
Ayala, Zaza, and Plato, what are you 3 doing as they are having their survival moments?
Well, I was going to ask Vesper a question, but Vesper seems busy at the moment, so
You can
going
still ask him. He
to-
got a low fucking roll.
Okay. I'm gonna ask Vesper.
Doesn't
Oh,
think.
bless you. Well, you seem to be bothered. Have any bad dreams or anything?
It was a rough night. It was a rough night for me last night, but I should be fine.
Is that truthful or should I roll an insight?
Vespier hasn't been hiding anything, and you have a 19, so you know that he definitely had a night. You don't know
Okay,
exactly
okay.
what it is, but he's being forthright.
You can see as he says that, at least with your passive, he does kind of tighten his grip on his bow as he recounts and says that he'll be all right.
I'll try to comfort him, and sort of stretch a little bit, like I'm relaxing as we're walking, and say oh, uh, bad, uh, bad times are bad indeed, but let's look forward to good times.
I very much hope so. It's been a while since good times have been had.
Alright. Ayala and Zaza. What are you 2 doing as Plato is distracting Vespier and Gia is looking around?
I think just knowing that everyone has said that this area is very dangerous and things like that. For the long rest, I swapped out one of my spells so I could have detect evil and good, but it's not showing up on the forge, even
Oh,
though I've refreshed.
Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, it doesn't automatically transfer from D&D Beyond to Forge. We have to sync it over.
Okay, it should be updated now.
I just lost 160 hit points.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, so syncing will wipe your character sheet and repopulate it.
Okay.
See, there it is.
Loading. Okay. Whoa, it says I'm dead.
So just read me the spell real quick while I figure that out.
Okay. Detect good and evil is for the duration you sense the location of any aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of yourself. You also sense whether the hollow spell is active there, and if so, where. I have no idea what that is. But I feel like she would probably move a bit towards wherever the last rustling sound was heard with the spell active. And it lasts for up to 10 minutes.
I think Hollow is a spell where you can make holy ground that undead cannot go onto.
Oh.
So, as you cast it out
Oh,
and...
it's there.
Huh?
I just said it's there.
As you cast it and you close your eyes, sensing the area around you. How far out is it?
It's 30 feet, and so wherever she heard the last rustle is probably like where she would kind of walk towards.
Alright.
Where was the last like sound, I guess?
The last sound that you heard came from this direction.
That direction? Okay.
Yeah.
Not what I meant, but okay.
So, as you move there and you cast the spell, you sense a fae coming from Lothil, a fiend coming from Tembrick,
A good boy coming from Vespier.
there is none of that. You sense elemental from yourself, but you don't sense anything else. And Zaza, what are you doing as Ayala is casting this?
I was going to try and, like, certain if it was footprints or not footprints, but like sound of foods versus animals moving and shifting.
Going over to Gia and speaking with her and both of you working together, you both determine that no, there's no footprints. It seems that whatever is happening is within the trees and it's moving around from there. It could be birds.
What I was saying is I was trying to not necessarily through like the footprints itself, but like the noises.
Oh, rustling in the trees. Definitely rustling in the trees.
Is it heavy as it would be a bird, or is it like something else?
It's a little heavier than birds. As listening closer, Vespier starts moving around. Everyone's kind of like, I would say, separating a little bit to listen in now that you've all made it kind of like an alerted thing. And the movement starts rustling around, getting faster and faster and faster until Vespier, Make a dexterity saving throw.
I got 18.
Does anyone have any reactions as they see three blurry movements start rushing towards Vespere?
Sorry, I was trying to read my spell book real quick.
Hang
Can
Oh.
I quickly cast Ice Knife at one of the shadows?
Can you use it as a reaction?
Hey, Scully, can it be used as a reaction? You use it all the time.
Ice Knife is a spell. It's not a reaction. So unless you have an ability that gives you spells as bonus reaction, no.
Let me double check something.
Can I move, or can I just like make a perception,
Let
or
me look
what can I do?
You Tambix, your reactions is Amplify and Fallen Puppet, Hellish Rebuke,
Oh, right.
Counterspell, and Opportunity Attack. But I don't think you'd be able to get an Opportunity Attack from what this is.
Yeah.
Because it's moving into your...
Um,
And also, you need Warcaster to be able to cast spells and reaction.
That's what I was checking.
Plato, you said that you wanted to see something?
Yeah. So am I able to move at all as a reaction, or no?
No, reactions are... so if you go to your character sheet, you should be able to see a tab that for your features that that tells you your actions and your reactions and your bonus actions.
yeah, it's on your actions tab. It's along the top row.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um. Uh. Am, I'm trying to look for it.
So
In
main
features, you
page.
said?
No, main page. Click the actions tab, where it says
Oh,
actions
you're...
inventory features.
Belo's talking about like on D&D Beyond.
My bad.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, in Boundary, it'll be the Features tab, which is the list.
Features. E.
Quick question, Maggie.
Yes.
Can I see if these are figures or do they look like shadows on the ground?
At the moment, you see blurry movement heading straight towards Vespere.
Is it within 30 feet of me?
Yes. It would be getting in within 30 feet of you.
Okay, so, Blood Curse of the Fallen Puppet reaction. As an action, you can attempt to bind a large or smaller creature you can see within 30 feet of you. Wait, no, sorry, that's the wrong section.
Fallen Puppet needs to be a dead person you see within 30 feet of you.
Blood Curse of Binding says a large or smaller creature to be bound.
So you said it was blood what?
Under the Blood Curses of the Fallen Puppet, Blood Curse of Binding specifically says, as a bonus action, you attempt to bind a large or smaller creature. Or am I reading this wrong?
Hold on.
It's a bonus action, right?
Yeah, it's a bonus action. No, it's a reaction.
You said binded?
Never mind, I was looking at the wrong one. Tembrick isn't gonna have a reaction.
Yeah, that one's a bonus action.
Yeah, no, I was trying to read through it and my brain got all kinds of thrown around.
No, you're good. Gia, what were you doing?
Bitching that Daunting Roar is a bonus action and not a reaction. DM special exemption to use it as a reaction.
No.
Okay.
Can I reaction tell Vespere to look out?
Looks over to
Is
you.
is that on your character page?
Do you have give alert on your character page? Ayala, do you have anything as a reaction? Ayla?
Oh, CC.
Is my mic working?
Yep, your mic's
Hello?
doing that thing. There you go.
Okay. Not that would be helpful in this situation. No.
Alright.
As my warcaster, I can cast the spell that costs an action. But can I like ready a spell um to cast like in between turns, just in case like this is something that I don't want to be attacking?
You would be using your reaction to use a spell. So if you're not using it now,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm asking specifically for reactions,
Mm-hmm.
no.
Okay.
Warcaster basically allows you to cast a spell instead of an attack as an opportunity attack.
Oh, as an opportunity attack. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
So with nothing being able to happen, Vespear, you see blurry movements as there's shouts from everyone who had seen it rush towards you, and what you see is you get tackled down to the ground by three toddler-sized tabaxis.
Oh.
Vespear,
Oh, dude. Gia would have fallen on her fucking sword if she had bonus action roared at them. She would have
Thank God I
done
couldn't
that.
use Ice Knife as a fucking reaction. Jesus Christ, I would have killed his
Bro.
siblings.
You and I would have turned and looked at each other and then killed each other and then left the session.
Never would have been like, you know what, no, fuck it. I'm not letting my dad do me. I need to fall on your sword. Just lay it down. I'll just throw myself on it. It's fine.
This is why I didn't want to use the spell.
Yeah, so Vespear, hearing the shouts, getting super distracted by everything around him, he's like, "Hey, what? Let's go!" Ah! And he kind of falls backwards, slipping in the snow. And you watch as a little spray of like dirt and like snow flip out, and you look down, and you kind of see Vespear laying flat on his back, as the three little kittens are around him. And he goes, "Hi, what are you doing out here all by yourself? This is so much. What are you doing?" He looks at the three, kind of giggling.
Everyone, you see, standing at maybe roughly around 2 feet each, little tabaxi siblings. One has gray fur, one has white fur, and one has orange fur like Vespear, as they stand on top of him, some pulling at his ears, some like hugging him, some just like one of them just kind of like fucking with his tail as they look up to all of you and they just smile and go, "Hello. Hi. Hi."
They're so cute.
They are in village clothing. One of them has what looks to be they all look to have the tiniest little pocket knife on their hips, though they probably shouldn't have that. They're all wearing cloaks.
Vespear reaches up from the damp, muddy, well-trodden, snowy ground, gives each of them a pat on the head. You see, like, he leaves a smear of, like, dirt on their face. He goes, what you all doing out here all by yourselves? This is very dangerous out here.
We're just doing it. Oh, right.
We came looking for you.
Why are you looking for me? I've been safe. What is Mama doing? What is Casa doing?
Mama is out. Mama is out in woods. Says your orange sibling, which the orange one, I believe. Yeah, the orange one is Palm Bum. As the white one looks over at you and says, sorry, Cassia is hunting. She's practicing. They told us to stay home. As Quiet looks to you and says, "I am looking for field mice."
Have you eternity.
Yes, and they hold up like you see them reach into their bag, which was moving, and all of you see them pull out like 3 mice just wiggling around still in their hands.
You'll become greatest hunter of all time. Places back to the rest of them. Uh, uh, sorry for the stop at but this is my brothers. This is Klimbum, Segwete, and Quite. And he kind of names the ball, wipes another like little mud bit on their hair, like playfully.
It's nice to meet you. Totally not gonna admit that he was thinking about throwing a nice knife.
Segwete looks up and sees Tembrick and immediately runs towards Gia in tears.
That's pretty normal. I'm used to it.
How old are they?
They look to be like human years. You would probably put them at the age of like 5 or 6. They're very young.
Oh.
Yeah, no, these are kids.
Quiete looks at Tembrick, and you see him kind of shrink down, like, oh, I see. Plumbum looks at you, and you see him like puff his chest out, like, I'm not scared, as he's inching his way towards Gia, just like, help.
Tembrick sneezes.
Wait, who's inching?
So as they all like looked at Tembrick, Gia, you know these 3. You helped.
Oh yeah, she's very well acquainted.
You see, Plumbum is inching towards you. The little orange child, and Segwite ran straight to you, crying. The little white one just bolted towards you after looking at Tembrick.
Oh, she scoops him right up.
Just climbs into your arm. He's just like, uppies, get me away, help.
Oh yeah, I'll give you almost 8 feet of uppies. Don't worry.
You pick them up.
The other one starts climbing up your leg, just like that little kitten, just like.
Gia's doing that big, like thick, heavy purr, and she's nuzzling him and letting him know it's okay. He's not scary, you know. He's just different, you know. That doesn't mean scary.
Should mention, by the way, they are filthy with mud because
she don't care.
Yeah, because Vespear has been wiping mud on them as he pets them. That's like a little playful thing.
Tembrick, what were you saying?
As the one is inching away, just like, I'm not afraid of you, Tembrick just sneezes, just,
and they immediately run to Gia, and Gia, you feel little tiny claws grab onto your fur and just start up your arm and onto your shoulder, like, as they hide in your hair.
Tembrick is oblivious to this as he pulls out a handkerchief and just, this cold is gonna be the death of me. This cold weather's awful.
Vespear, your brother definitely hides deeper into you, just like, oh god!
Vespear, big smile on his face as he kind of starts climbing back onto his feet, making sure that he holds Quiete, making sure that he doesn't fall. So, he looks back to low. I'm not sure what I'm to be doing with these. Should we make a pit stop?
Perhaps you should take them home.
Perhaps we should.
Well, I've got them all. I'll just run back to his house really quick and drop them off and meet up with you guys.
Perhaps some of you should go with them, and the other 2 should come with me.
Oh, it's no problem. Really, it won't take more than 10-15 minutes. I'm a really fast runner.
We shall be the quickest.
I would still feel more comfortable if you had at least one more person with you.
I would offer, but I feel like you would have a problem with that.
You have to attend the meeting.
Yeah, they just need to get to know you better.
Come on, let's go. And she starts walking away, and then she grabs Zaza by the back of his hair and drags him along with her.
Vespear smiles at Tembrick, and as he says, they just didn't even get to know you. Look at that. And he goes to pat your shoulder and forgets that he has a little bit of mud still picking on his head. He goes, oh, sorry.
Quiete sees you move closer to Tembrick. Like, oh, I'm gonna pat this guy on the shoulder. It's fine. And immediately just kitten hiss as they jump out of your arms in onto Gia's back. Like, no.
That's par for the course. That's free. You get used to it after a while. You know, your entire life, people running away from you, screaming in terror. It's just another day.
I mean, I did not run away screaming terror of you. I think that you are very interesting. Very stunning, very interesting.
You're one of very few.
I don't think you're scary. Let's go.
I shall be right back. We shall all be right back. Well, except for the brothers.
Best to leave them at home.
Yes.
Man, Quiete tried so hard, Vespier, to do their hiss, but it just came out as the.
Yeah.
All of them are super floofy as you three start heading your way to go take them back to the cottage. We're gonna take a quick BRB.
Just got back! Why am I being sent away?
Because you're escorting the kittens home.
Gia has a grip on your hair, so good luck.
Yeah.
Lothil didn't want them leaving without one more person, so she's like, come on, Zaza. Uncle Zaza's gonna escort the kittens home. Zaza, in the arms of Gia, is a gray, white, and orange kitten. You don't know these guys. Last time you were here, Vespier didn't have, he only had his sister. But you did hear the names as I will post it in the mute chat for you to see. Plum Bum is the orange, Seguite is the white one, and Quillite is the gray one. I would say if anyone wants to roll intelligence, just a straight intelligence check.
Okay. I'll do that.
Fuck it, why not? What's the worst that could happen? A nat fucking one?
I mean, yeah, that could happen, and you just start bleeding from your nose.
Not too hard.
Another bitch!
Tambrick, those are weird names. Ayala, you're pretty sure those names have like a very significant meaning. And Plato, you know for a fact that these names, I will put them again in the mute chats along next to them. You know that Plumbum means lead. You know that Seguite means follow. And you know that Quite means search.
What follow and search?
Lead, follow, search.
Yeah, the names of the brothers that you heard are basically Marquesian names for lead, follow, search.
Okay. Do I know if there's any significance to them being named that, or just I'm in the dark right now?
You kind of get the connection that Vespier is a hunter, and you're and he said that his father hunts with him, so you're assuming that they, those are names fit for hunters. But for now, we will go on a BRB, so people can go to the bathroom, get something to drink, so on and so forth. Be right back. Wow.
Mags, are you leaving?
back to the game. Why is everything funky? Oh, there we go. I was like, why did things get funky? Okay. We are back.
I was trying to get funky.
The observer is reloading into the game.
Oh yeah.
So we are back from our BRB. It's still loading. God damn it. I think you broke the observer, Skelly.
Actually, the server's not even logged in.
You broke the observer.
I didn't break him. You're the one logged in.
So, I don't know how I would log back in like this.
OBS.
Yeah, I'm using OBS, but it literally doesn't give me the ability to hit any buttons that would give me the login. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I really don't know, dude.
Can't like press F5 in the
Nope.
Observer
Nope.
OBS browser.
Nope. Okay. So any conversations on the way there while I fix this via Vesper and Gia and Zaza with the 3 little kittens hanging around your neck.
Well, as mentioned, these are
No, it's tough,
new.
bro.
As mentioned, these are new to you, Zaza. The 3 little kittens.
I was like, this is very awkward for Zaza's like,
All 3 of these kittens are staring at you, Zaza. Big, wide eyes.
Looking right at you. 3 little kittens lost their mittens.
they should stay away from Zaza. They might get contact drunk.
Hey, you logged in.
They look to you and Plum Bum looks to you and goes, "Who are you? Is he a bully? He's big."
Hey, no, he's not a bully. He is friendly. Oh, Zaza, that's right. You do not know. These are my little brothers. These are Plum Bum, Seguite, and Quite.
Is there a shorter pronunciation for those names? Because I'm gonna trip up with that.
I mean, you don't trip on my name.
Oh my God.
That's weird.
What?
You see him drop his gourd.
You saying anything?
He said one moment because he dropped his gourd. Gia, do you want to say anything as these kittens are pawing at your hair and playing and just all around being little menaces?
She reaches into her bag. She pulls out zebra cakes.
All
And
of their
each one of them-
eyes widen as they look to Vesper, like, can we?
You know what? Mother and sister are not here. You can have one.
And all 3 of them get a zebra cake.
Instantly, little cheers. Vesper, you do notice that that some of these fine little babies, well, all 3 of them anyway, only have 1 mitten on their hands each.
That is okay. That's good.
You see, Gia, you're pretty sure that your mom made them a set of mittens each. Now they only have 1. Gia?
I'm sorry, my headset is like constantly disconnecting. Sorry, I had to get it plugged in. I should be fine now. Could
Alright.
you repeat what you said?
Your mom had made all of these kittens a set of mittens, and now they only have 1 mitten each as they're eating the zebra cake.
Little loves, where are your other mittens?
You see them look to you. They look at each other and just go, "Somewhere in the forest.
Hmm.
The field mice got them."
Well, Auntie Ella worked really hard on those.
We'll find them.
Well, don't go looking for them without me, okay? I don't like you going out there without somebody to protect you.
They nod and they look at Vesper and go, "You can find them." Delegating the task to the brother.
Very well, I will very much look to the forest for a little lost minis.
Zaza, walking through the small little town where Vesper lives. You're back, right?
Yeah.
Zaza?
If you were talking. Zaza, come back.
Zaza, come back.
Sorry.
As you're walking through the town...
Now, sorry.
As you're walking through the town, heading towards their house, as they're speaking, you taking the lead, you notice that every house around you is boarded up. The windows are closed off. It doesn't seem like anyone leaves their home. And it is eerily quiet. This is the most quiet you have ever seen this town. There is remnants of papers and scraps, and you see a couple of passed on animals just lying around. It feels like this place is haunted.
I don't like the way this place feels.
Gia, you know that this place has been slowly declining over the years.
Her hand just kind of rests on the hilt of her sword, like fingers pressed against the latch that keeps the sword hilt against her scabbard. Just, she's tense.
Zaza, what is your reaction as the land that you have known is seeming basically plagued?
Breaks his heart seeing home this way, knowing but necessarily just imagining of what I forget that we changed it to. You're going with his sister.
Your friend
Sister
was
and
your
their
brother-in-law.
kids.
Your friend was the brother-in-law, and your sister is...
His sister and their kids are going to go through these struggles, so it breaks his heart seeing his home this way.
I would certainly see Vesper doing his best to distract his brothers from the scenery. As he basically took 3 stones from the ground and starts juggling them.
Kittens begin to smile as they start patting at Vesper. Like, some of them are clapping, some of them look like they pick up like little ball bearings that they have, and they're trying to knock the items out of Vesper's hand.
Grabs one, starts juggling that with 3 stones.
Aha! Not knock me out that easily.
You all begin to hear the rustling sounds of footprints rushing towards you all.
Ears turn, look.
As you see a female tabaxi across the way. Looks like she's panting. Her eyes are wide as she's looking around. She has long orange hair, same color patterns as Vesper. Shorter than him, though, with green eyes. Some flowers in her hair. No, homunculuses, I believe, do not speak common. As she looks and goes, "Oh my goodness! Boys!" And she just runs over. "What did I tell you about leaving the house?"
Hello, sister. Look what we found. We have found things out in the woods.
Vesper, if you were home, they wouldn't have run off. Thank you for finding them, Gia.
Oh, well,
They found us, I am afraid. But we figured we might as well get them back home. We're heading off, I believe, for a little while for a meeting of some kind. And it's not a place for children. I wanted to make sure they got home before we took off.
Thank you. As the kittens go over to their sister and they kind of stop and they go over to Vespier and they kind of give him hugs and they go, "You'll be back tonight, right?"
He kneels down. He being his tall, lanky boy self, kneels down and kind of scoops all three of them up in one go. Big old squeezy hug as you hear a little cacophony of them. Yeah. Kind of from the little kittens. And he just kind of gives a smile and nods.
I will try my best to be back, but I cannot make no guarantees because I am going beyond the woods.
What? As you see Cassia look at you and go, "What? You cannot go beyond the woods."
Well, I can now because I am going with Mo.
The spear? You can't. You're going to leave us?
I'm not
And you
going
see
to-
the kittens look at all of you. They look at you with worried expressions. You're going to disappear like Papa?
No. I am not disappearing like Papa. I am. It is hard to explain. I am helping to find Papa.
The spear, you cannot be serious.
He looks at Cassie and goes,
We should speak momentarily. Well, without your voice. Is Mama home?
No, Mama is not home.
She will be very worried if I do not speak with her.
looks at Gia and Zaza.
It's very important you speak to your mother.
Very much is, but I am also wanting to find Papa as well.
He looks very, like, bored at the moment.
Look, lad. Let's see, outright family's probably one of the most important things in our lives at the moment. Let them know at the very least.
That's exactly why I am looking to find Papa. But, yes, we should very much let Mama know and inform them of the recent changes that's happened in the last night.
And what is the recent changes? And she looks at Zaza and Gia like, what is happening right now?
Like I said, it's best to speak without the boys here.
Boys, go back into the house and wash your hands. They nod as they look towards you, Vespier, worried, and then look towards Gia in a way that asks if she's gonna make sure that Vespier's okay.
Yes, one thing.
He kneels down, and he takes the stones that he's juggling and gives each of them one. And he gives a little scratch across them with his paw, and he kind of scratches the Marquesian symbols for their names on one side, flips them over, and scratches his own.
This will keep us together. I will make sure that with these very powerful magical artifacts, that it just keep it close with you and at home, and I will return one day. And very, very soon.
See their ears fold as they nod and start making their way back towards the house.
Stays squatted for a few moments longer as he just watches them leave. Before he heaves a heavy sigh and stands back up.
You said Mama is in the marketplace, yes?
She went to the marketplace to go deliver quills to the other homes.
Well, news is I have joined up with Lo and the others to help with the things that are going on. I'm going to try to find Papa and help.
So you're abandoning your siblings here at home.
I am not abandoning our siblings. We also be needing our Papa as well.
You're the
How
man of
much
the
more-
house.
Yes, And how much longer would it be for this to keep on going? One of us else disappears. When the boys disappear, one of you disappear. I do not want that to happen. No more.
You see her sigh as she's looking at you and says, if you leave, you're basically leaving us to fend for ourselves. Zaza, you see in the window the kittens are staring.
I block the window here.
You just go over there. The three little kittens, all three kittens freak out. Then they see you heading straight and they hide right underneath the bed. Like, oh shit, we've been spotted. Compromised.
The one thing I can do is a big hulking orc. I block the window.
Cassia turns to Gia and says, you cannot be serious. You're actually letting him join?
I'm not letting him do anything. I don't have a say whether he can join or not. I'm only going because of my mother.
This is ridiculous. We've already lost Papa, and she snaps at Vespier, and now you're leaving too. What if you don't come back? What if you don't find Papa?
What if I stay here? What if I stay here and more of you leave, or more of you get taken? What if Mama gets taken? What then?
Gia puts a hand on his sister's shoulder gently.
What if I have a chance to help make a difference, make things stop? We have to find Papa, find the others. We cannot stay idly by and just let this keep happening, hoping that none of us get taken. Something has to happen, Cassia. Worry that the sooner we do, while we have able bodies, the better. We cannot just stay here and do this. As much as I wish I could.
Gia, what are the words you say?
She kneels in front of Cassia, unbuckles her sword, and as she draws it out, the blade springs to life, pure light forming the shaft of the blade. And she kind of holds it sideways and bows her head over it, and she says, Cassia, I swear, as a knight of this town, as a protector, I will do everything in my power to make sure Vespier comes back, regardless of what happens. That is my oath, I swear to you, as a knight in these lands.
You see Cassia stare at you, and I need you both to roll persuasion checks.
Yee. I don't know if I'm good at that, but yee.
I think you might have me beat. I have a -1. You want my?
Oh, I have a 6.
No, you both have to roll separately for this one.
Shit.
Oh, that's a 21.
R.I.B.
I am doing great. I am probably saving.
As she looks towards you, Gia, she says, I trust you, I do, but I still can't. And she looks at Vespier and says, I cannot forgive the fact that you are leaving the family. You're leaving us to fend for ourselves. Go tell Mom. Break her heart. Let me finish, damn.
He's gonna do something in the middle of her saying that.
Well, let me finish first and then say it.
Alright.
I cannot believe that you are leaving this family and having us fend for ourselves. No one here is as good as hunting as you. Go tell Mama and go break her heart. Now, in the middle of her saying this, what do you do?
Immediately pulls her into a hug.
She's gonna shove you off. She's like, fucking don't touch me. I'm pissed off at you.
He's holding her tightly.
So you're trying to grapple her, essentially.
At this point, yes, sir.
Go ahead and roll out.
Grapple hugs, like
grapple hug.
Big old bear hug.
Pretty much.
Roll athletics.
athletics or acrobatics for me?
Athletics for you. Acrobatics or athletics for her.
Oh, that was almost an 18. No!
Natural 1.
Ooh.
As
It's
Cassia
hilarious.
tries to shove him off Zaza, you're just seeing like her pushing him, but he's also not has that best of a grip, so it's a very like struggle hug at the moment.
Looks like a slap fight for a moment.
Touch me!
Yeah, stop it.
Grabs her shoulders and just holds her still.
Stop it. I understand. Gotta be hinge. I apologize. But I cannot sit idly by anymore. Papa was the last straw. Cannot imagine life without you, Mama, or the boys. Or anyone else for that matter. Look at the streets. Look at our living. Look at where we're living. This place used to be beautiful. Full of life. Now look at it.
See her go silent for a moment.
There's only so much left that we can do before it gets any worse.
The silent rolls through as she looks to you and says, "You go and you find Mama and you go break her heart. I'm not telling her." And she walks, opens the door, goes in, slams it.
Turning down the volume of my fucking Foundry Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, I didn't know that this was gonna come with volume, dude.
Yeah, I completely forgot that Forgotten Adventures Battle Maps has noises. Gia and Zaza, you look if you look at Vesper, he just stands there looking kind of slightly defeated and lost, but a bit of resolve in his look as he just he had to go see Mama. Let her know.
Made your choice, bud. You gotta stand back.
This is
Not-
true.
And he reaches up and see a tear that he just wipes off of it on his wrist. That's what I said. I cannot stand idly by more. Just watch more people I love take.
Preaching to the choir, lad. I kind of in this same situation.
With a flick of her wrist, the light that was radiating from this blade, and the blade is just pure radiant light, kind of just fades away. Like the after effects of a light bulb that's been left on too long. Just kind of, that glow just kind of seems to stay there for a second before vanishing. And she tucks her sword hilt against her scabbard and pins it back with the leather straps, shaking out her mane.
Well, we've tarried too long. We have others waiting for us. So, you need to go tell your mother and tell her quickly. But we're on a time limit right now.
Yes, marketplace is not too far away. At longest 10 minutes.
Right, let's go.
As y'all start... What's up, Zaza? Oh,
Oh,
I
me.
I thought
Me,
Zaza.
Sid. Yeah. Lenore, like, perches on Vesper's shoulder and gives him kind of like a love nudge nuzzle.
He gives a small, sad smile to it. He goes,
Hello, little pet friend. Yeah.
reaches into a pouch and pulls out a small, like, hardtack that he has as like part of like his to-go meals, and he offers it to the Raven.
Okay. I think homunculus can eat stuff. I don't think they don't need to, but I don't think they like get in trouble. So.
Well, he doesn't know what this is. He just thinks it's a Raven.
Yeah. He should be able to eat it, right? To take it, Max?
Yeah, I would say they're able to take it. They don't necessarily need it, but they can eat it to humor
Okay.
the boy.
Yeah, they do that to humor Vesper.
Gives him gives him a piece of hardtack and does a little like gentle like uh under the chin, a little brushing with the finger before he starts heading off with G and Zaza.
Alright. And while y'all do that, we're gonna switch over to the others. Make sure that I have
Excuse me.
their. How could you do this to me, Bilo?
I'm sorry.
He's so fucked up with you. Oh my god. I'm never gonna financially recover from this.
You know what you're never gonna financially recover from? The thing I put in your DM.
I'm terrified. Anyway.
That's the link that I sent you earlier.
Yeah, I know. So we'll activate this.
Philo and Max DMs.
I'll activate this. And
It's snowing inside.
yeah, I don't know how to, we couldn't figure out how to get it to behave. So, as all of y'all start making your way into a small tavern, tavern looking. It's a very lovely little homestead. I'm just gonna drop tokens down, commoner tokens down for some of them, because I am a shitty DM who doesn't have tokens for every single individual. I'm joking.
I have figured it out.
Yay!
Let's
Sorry.
go. No more snow.
Sorry, this was one of those things that bugged the fuck out of me too. I found the button. They moved it from the bottom up to the top left. How fucking dare they?
Alright. You walk in and you see there, it's one of the nicer places that you've seen so far. As you see a elven man sitting there kind of mindlessly doodling on a piece of paper, waiting for people to walk in. Tembrick, what do you do?
Yes. So I have no idea who the fuck we're meeting with, right?
They, from what you know, they are representatives of Craghammer.
But like I don't know who it is.
Nope.
I genuinely don't know what to do.
Do you look towards Lothil?
Yeah, no, I'll look at Lothil and like you know who we're meeting with. I don't. I'm following your lead.
Once we're in the meeting, you will take over. Understood? You want to meet? She's kind of like, you see she, like, very much gets you prepped. Like, she's, like, fixing your clothes. She's just like, okay, listen up. Listen up and listen well, because I do have notes on who you are meeting.
Okay.
And Lothil will be explaining.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Here is who you are meeting. You are meeting the houses of Craghammer. Craghammer is very proud. You are going to be meeting with Desmond Dragonheart. He is the founder of Craghammer.
All right. Dragonheart founder. Got it.
You are meeting Garen Heartheat. You are meeting. You are meeting. He is he's the head broker, in charge of the shipments. You're meeting.
Got it.
Nostok Greyspine, head of the Greyspine mining.
Something Gray Spine, head of mining. Got it.
You can see she's just looking like, oh, heaven fucking forbid.
Oh heavens!
Heaven.
We said this boy was smart. Okay.
You have a higher intelligence than Brooke, I believe.
Yes, but a +1 in intelligence is barely above average.
Actually, it is above average.
Barely.
She like dusts off some of the snow as she's looking at you, and she says,
Mhm.
"You are also meeting, um, Palud Zorthro, head of the Iron Keepers."
And keepers. Got it.
And finally, you're meeting, Lord Stedos Thunderbrand.
What's
He's-
he in charge of?
He is the Master Archivist.
Archivist. Thunderbrand. Cool. Yep, nope, this is fine. I got this.
Just gonna look towards the others, like, you believing this?
You shouldn't, because Tambrick sure as hell doesn't.
Ayla has been jotting these names down, probably completely spelled wrong, but like, so that you could sound them out. It's like, what they do. And it's like, Pembroke, I suggest that you perhaps jot some notes down with you. I think that will be important to have in the meeting.
Tambrick has been attempting to take notes, but his handwriting is like chicken scratch.
It doesn't matter if nobody else can read your notes. These are for you. And generally, especially if there's a master archivist, it will be a good impression that you take notes.
That's my intention.
She she'll nod, kind of raise her eyebrows up at you and be like, "Now I'm prepared to follow your lead in this, but we're counting on you."
Yeah.
Lothil speaks.
Plato.
Come over here, put a hand on your shoulder and just be like, You got this, alright?
Yep. Just gotta, rise up against my psycho cultist family and, overthrow a kingdom and everything. Yeah, no, it's typical Monday. It's fine.
Don't think about the whole thing like that. Think about each step at a time.
I'm trying.
Plato.
Just go ahead and
A lot more difficult than I care to admit. I may not like them, but they're still my family,
She nods.
Plato, any encouraging words?
Yep. Yeah, Plato walks, as before they walk up, Plato walks up ahead of Timbrix, looks back, and nods.
Mm-hmm.
And you giving the sense that, you got this.
Thumbs up from the miner. Not the miner, the sorry, I'm adding the bits in the notes for y'all to have the names.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I got. It's probably totally wrong because I started typing way too late, but
Head of Iron Keeper, and I'll have you know that when I was on my way, Cam, to see you, in Arizona, I was on the plane thinking, "Oh God, I'm gonna die. What should I do while I think of not dying?" And the only thing I could think of was to go into CR's Wikipedia and get out the actual names of Craghammer's lords and such.
Nice.
There you go.
Much appreciated.
Oh, I was pretty off. I'm just gonna delete this. Okay.
I don't know why that fucked up. But okay. Okay.
Darren, not Darren. Alright.
So as Lothil walks back, she says, "Follow me." She starts walking behind the desk. Through the books.
Ayla is waiting to follow Tambrick to make sure that
I was
the
making
image
sure
of
nothing
them
else.
walking in is good.
Same.
Yep.
Oh, whoa! Is that a window?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, sorry.
Lothil leads you to this door and she says, "Go ahead in and we'll follow after you."
I'm lost.
Alright.
Okay.
Here's hoping we don't blow up. And without waiting for a response, he opens the door and strides in like he owns the place. As best as he can. He is attempting to appear intimidating, but he's not very good at it.
You see 4 dwarves in the midst of conversation and 1 dwarf standing in the back watching over the whole situation at hand. As one of them pipes up and goes, "Ah, is that it? Is everyone here? Are you waiting on anyone else, or are we good to start?"
We're good to start. I would hate to keep you waiting any longer, of course.
You see him looking at you and says, "Well, if you were a true master dwarf, you would know that staying ahead of schedule is everything, and I feel as if you were maybe only a couple seconds late."
My apologies, but as I'm sure you can understand, tiefling timekeeping is far different from dwarven, and he is full disclosure to the DM, he is trying to fucking stroke their egos as best as he can without saying something fucking stupid. So if he says something dumb, please let there be consequences.
Oh, I am.
Okay. Just giving you a heads up as to what he's attempting.
You remember what we talked about when it came to what happens when you are not on your
Yep, and he has, in fact, not partaken as promised.
Mm-hmm.
And I do apologize for making you wait, but he gets a little cocky, tiny bit cocky at this next bit. I'm sure you, of all people, can understand the need to rise above and organize in order to ensure the shortfallings of the government don't become the shortfallings of the people.
Plato like nudges Tambrick. I think they're close enough, right? To like nudge with the elbow.
You can't not with your
Or, like,
short arms.
under the table.
Okay. Okay.
Go ahead and make
Kick
me
him
a
under the
dex.
table.
Make me a dex check just to see if you can reach.
Okay. Let's see, dexterity.
The higher the number you get, the longer your arms are. So, you know.
12.
I would say you're able to like just barely get there as you reach your toes over and go kick ever so lightly on the hooves.
Okay.
You see the Lord across the way from you staring at you as he goes, "If we're traveling all the way out here to meet up with you, you shouldn't be on tiefling time. You should be on dwarven time."
Unfortunately, there were some, and he's trying to find a polite way of saying that shit got weird for a bit. There were some unfortunate bumps in the road along the way that even the powers that be, Traveler be blessed, hoping that maybe that this will help out somewhere, couldn't even have really helped with per se.
"Who the hell is the Traveler?" says Ironkeeper. "I've never heard of this person of powers that be."
It's complicated.
Nostok chimes in. This isn't one of those betrayer gods your family seems to also love to kiss up to, is it?
Now hold on, I take that a little personally. And Tembrick's tail actually starts twitching, agitated, and he's starting a little hot under the collar.
Desmond looks to
I'm
you.
sorry, I don't think we've done introductions. Perhaps we should get that up.
Desmond chimes in and says, "You're right, we should before someone says something he's going to regret. I am Desmond Dragonheart. I am the founder of the Houses of Craghammer.
And Plato like kicks Tambrix again a little, just a nudge, and if I can get close enough to whisper,
It will be
well,
noticeable because, again, Tambrix is a very lanky boy and you are very short. It will be noticeable that you're, like, leaning him down.
Okay, but they wouldn't hear what I said, right? Just they would know that I
Roll
was whispering.
stealth in order to not be heard.
Ooh, okay. Ooh.
Oh no.
So, what are you saying? What are you saying that you think you're whispering, but the strain of leaning over is not helping?
I just whispering, let's keep our heads.
I will keep my head as long as they keep their attitudes in check. And Tembrick is doing his best to keep his voice low as well.
Roll stealth.
Please, 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 traveler, come through. I will pour an entire bottle of mead on my fucking altar for you.
The traveler's not your god.
No, but I can try.
Hey.
You say this through gritted, sharp teeth, trying to keep a smile on your face as the next one introduces himself. I am Nostok Greyspine, head of the Greyspine mining in Craghammer. I am Lord Stedos Thunderbird. And you see him kind of like sigh a little bit as he goes, I am the Master Archivist of Craghammer. As he's like very much eyeing Tambrick right now. I am Ironkeeper Paluda Zorthrom. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am head of the Ironkeepers. As Garen moves forward and says, I am Garen Heartheat. And you see he's like sighing as almost this is a waste of his time as he goes, I am the chief broker of Craghammer.
Is that all of them introduced?
Yep.
Tembrick is clenching his fists on his lap where they can't see, giving a very forced and very uncomfortable smile that a lot of people just assume is his normal because he looks fucking creepy, but this is the, oh my fucking god, I'm going to lose my shit. It's only 5 minutes in. I need a fucking cigarette yesterday. And as he speaks, he's going to pull out a cigarette. This one is not, in fact, laced with the silver coral. This is just a regular tobacco cigarette that is actually for his nerves.
Alright.
Immediately, Ayala is going to cast message to Tambrick.
Mm-hmm.
And just be like, what the hell do you think you're doing? Put that away.
He doesn't message back because, unfortunately, he does not have message as a spell.
No, you can reply. It's like sending.
No, you can reply.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a one-time reply. Like walkie-talkie.
Gotcha. I misunderstood. I was mistaking it for the other one. I was mistaking it for actual sending. His response comes back as, I'm doing my best to prove to them that I can't be pushed around as much as they can't be pushed around. It's a power play. I've seen it a million times in old family meetings. Just trust me. Just go with it.
Ayla's lips tighten a lot as she grips her notebook and attempts something as a smile.
Full disclosure to the party, Tembrick has no idea what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah, we figured.
If you try to light the cigarette, Plato is going to kick you.
Tembrick will take the kick because if he doesn't smoke this fucking cigarette, he's gonna kill a bitch.
So, as you light the cigarette,
Mm-hmm.
You see Lord Stethoscope. You see Lord Thunderbrand says,
Thunderbrand.
Sorry, I thought I heard Thunderbread. Looks to you.
Yes. The dwarf leader Wonderbread.
He looks to you and he says, "Is that necessary? In a place that is housing books?"
Tembrick is doing his fucking best to stay fucking calm right now. Oh my god. Alright, he just kind of gives a very stiff and minorly peeved nod, tucks the cigarette back into his pocket, drops his matches on the table, and just... Pleasure to meet you all, Dwarven Lords of Hardy Stone and Precious Ore. I am Tembrick Raketh, second son of House Raketh, and apparently the one who's going to help bring down the Raketh name and raise it back up, if you deem fit to help our cause. And underneath the table, he's, tapping his leg with his finger repeatedly, rapidly.
Garen steps up and says, "You say this as if you do not want to be a part of this, that someone is forcing you. I would like if you had more of an upbeat attitude for this. Next person to introduce yourself, the short one over there in the armor."
Hello. Hello. My name is Plato. I am a detective by trade. I've come to help.
You see him nodding a bit as he looks towards Ione, and Ione goes, not Ione, Lo, and Lo goes, "I am Lothil. It is a pleasure and honor to meet all of you." She bows her head. "I am a paladin of Ione, and I am hoping to bring an end to the corruption, if you will aid us." And then they look to Ayla.
Hello, I am Ayala. I'm an heir, and we are hoping to get involved to end this terrible corruption, and would be so grateful if we could partner with the Craghammer and the great power that you all wield. And she bows her head a little bit as well.
In response, Plato bows his head kind of as an afterthought.
Lord Thunderbrand looks towards Tembrix and says, "Apparently, you are meant to be the one who gives us a good reason why we should help you." As you see the head archivist move his hand, and a shimmer comes across the table as the teapot in front of you starts to move, and it sprouts little mechanical legs as it pours tea for every single one of you. As the creamer and the box of sugar cubes walks around, so you may take what you need from it. As he looks at Tembrix and says, "Tell me, why should we lend our aid and our people to this cause?"
real quick, attempting, emphasis on attempting, to read the room. Can I tell if these guys are scared, agitated, etc.?
Make a vibe check.
Alright, making an insight check.
Roll the vibes.
Would the issue with the withdrawals cause us to be at disadvantage?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe so.
Ooh,
Oh,
nat one.
fuck.
Oh,
Oh, fuck.
With
That's
a
a
nat
nat one.
with a nat 1,
You die.
It's easier this way. Just kill me now.
So how I do natural 1s and natural 20s when it comes to insight. You don't know this, but it tends to switch. If you roll a natural 1 and they're happy with you, you instantly think they hate you. If you roll a natural 1 and you think that they hate you, they actually enjoy your company. You look at them all and you see these people are looking what you think is that your like little smoking stunt did impress them. You think that the fact that you you stood your ground was showing them that you're doing great. I am sorry. It's the fucking nat 1. I have to do it. You think
what
these
do
guys
I make of the vibe?
Hold on. You guys think that Tambrix, you think that these bitches are impressed. Anyone who wants to make a vibe check can definitely make a vibe check.
Please, God save my boy
I
from
don't think
himself.
I need to. I don't need to make a vibe check, but I'm going to.
Might as well, I guess.
If Tembrick starts a war, I'm
Well,
so sorry. Oh, we're fucked.
This hurts.
We're fucked.
Ayla,
It's
you're sweating because you're not sure if these guys if they're thinking that this is good or this is bad. But actually, Ayla, I would give you advantage because of your station. Because of your station and
Okay.
having to deal with so many like war tactics and such. Much better.
That's better.
So you
Okay.
and you and Plato look at them, and you see that all of their eyes are kind of like locked on Tambrick. They're not even noticing that all of you are here, and they're looking at Tambrick like this boy has no proper respect for dwarven kind. He has yet to compliment their beard or their armor or their weapons. He's fucking this shit up. But Tambrix is over here thinking they think I'm so fucking cool right now. I'm popular, mom.
Oh no. Oh no.
Tambrick, what is the next words you say to him as he says, and why should we lend our aid and our people and our resources into helping you?
Fuck. I didn't have a plan if I failed that roll. Was the problem?
Well, you've played plenty of Cam, you have played plenty of Jackbox with the spontaneous TED talk. Come on, let's go.
Oh, that's the best game.
Anyway, okay. Tembrick like stands up, puts one foot on the chair, trying to do like the Captain America inspirational talk pose. Is the best way I can explain it. One arm on the he leans his elbow on his knee, taps his other hand on the table, just like, well, gentlemen, hold on to those beautiful beards of yours because I have one hell of a proposition for you.
Oh, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, the future king.
Since they're all distracted, can I cast a spell real quick?
Sure.
I want to cast.
If it's somatic, or if you need to use your hands or voice to cast this, I need you to roll stealth to not be noticed.
Okay, I'll roll it right away.
I want to say Timber would probably feel somewhere out there that Gaffney would have said some semblance of pride in that moment.
Not terrible, but
Channel Gap is the worst part. If Matt
I'm-
sees this, I'm fucked.
Okay,
Let's
13.
see.
Good to know. What spell are you casting?
This one.
Telepathic bond. Okay.
On Tambric, Slow, Ariola, and myself.
Ayala.
Yeah, Ayala. Sorry.
All of you
She's an
feel.
areola.
Yeah, areola. You feel. All of
Areola.
you looking at this, eyes shook, not believing you're looking at this, as all of you feel a small little, like, itch in the back of your head. Plato, what do you say to these people?
I I very stern, and I say, Tambric, what do you think you're doing?
I'm impressing them. Like, it's a straw of, like, showing them you have balls, right? Like, stand your ground.
Do you
Girth,
not
Mad
read the
Dog.
room?
I did read the room.
Perhaps you should look again.
You don't actually show them your balls.
If Ayla were to cast a message,
You can speak to
You
you
don't
can speak
need
to
to.
them with the telepathic bond.
no, but if I only want Plato,
You can send it directly
Oh.
to Plato. It doesn't share to all.
Yeah.
You can pick and choose.
it doesn't.
You can
Okay.
reply, or you can reply all.
Yeah. You're in a
Some-
group
some
chat,
of
but you
that's-
can send a
Oh.
private DM.
Reply all.
Okay, yeah.
CC others in there.
God, the reply alls. She's
Yeah.
gonna send a private DM to Plato and just be like, I had a conversation with Lo last night, and the Craghammer help us no matter. I think nudge Tambric in the right direction, but ultimately, this is their way. Is fit, and we need to let this play out. Maybe give him a little.
Cece, you were breaking up a
You
lot
cut
for
out.
me.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you want to send Sid a DM for him to hear what you have to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lothil kind of is. You all hear inside of your minds. For the first time, you hear Lothil practically screaming as she's just sipping her tea. And you hear in, if any of you speak Draconic, you hear the sound of dragons just screaming. As Lothil is... I don't know if you speak Draconic.
I'm checking.
I do.
No, I do not. I speak just like Common and Infernal.
Plato, you hear Lothil screaming about how fucking stupid this motherfucker is. What is he doing? He's screwing this up. As she's just sipping on the tea. Like, why did I put my word into this man? Why did I think that this was a good idea? Oh my god. As she just sips her tea, and a little biscuit gets like in the midst of the quiet as you're posing. And everyone is is just shook. A little robot comes over, grabs different little biscuits, and starts placing them around for everyone awkwardly as they're looking at you like, well, make your ball presentation, I guess.
Tambric, in all of his fucking brilliance, after making the comment of, hold on to your beautiful beards because basically he's pulling the fucking, am I gonna sell you the fucking cleaner of a lifetime? Have you ever heard of OxyClean?
I need to go lay down for a second.
Okay.
Anyway, Cam, come on.
So, oh god. Tembrick straightens up a little bit, flashes what he thinks is a charming smile, but it actually comes off as more of like a fucking Nightmare on Elm Street kind of shit. And just, I bet that all of the incredibly forged weapons and all of the amazingly forged armor and all of your best beard oil that you're sick of my dad's shit. Because you know what? I'm sick of it too. And I know that there's been a lot of people going missing. And should things work out, we'll be able to bring them home. But I can't do it without your amazing craftsmanship and your big dwarf brains.
Oh, Jesus God. Y'all can hear Gia cringing in the fucking universe, and she's not even there.
Desmond Dragonheart looks to you, the founder, as he goes, I agree that our weapons are amazing, but your father hasn't really been messing with us.
Wait. He hasn't?
No,
I mean,
it has been...
No, of course he hasn't. No, just, he's too intimidated by your amazing dwarfiness.
Are you not in the circle of everything that has been happening? What have you been doing for the past couple years?
Complicated. There was some Shanghaiing going on, acts of piracy. There's some stuff.
Piracy? You hear
And
Nas
was
talk.
that?
You hear Nas
I did
talk.
not say. I didn't say piracy. I said clemency.
You see Nas talk look at you and he goes, piracy. So while your people were starving and going missing and losing their loved ones, you were off on a little scallywag adventure?
It wasn't my choice. I was shanghaied and I did not get a chance to fucking take care of it. And his hand is now tapping even faster against his leg, and for those about the telepathic bond, his thoughts are starting to race.
So, Ironkeeper begins to speak. You're telling me that for the past couple years that your father has been in charge, how many years have you been gone and out of loop from this?
DM, I need to flip a coin. Actually, for the sake of visibility, I'm just gonna roll a d4 on screen. Odds is heads, evens is tails.
Are you rolling to see how long? Because I have your Wikipedia.
No, this is to see if he snaps or not.
Oh.
Oh no.
If you go and I was gonna say if you
Okay.
type in 1d2, you could actually roll it at that point.
So at that comment, Tembrick stops tapping his finger, his hand gets scarily still, and he suddenly looks a lot less physically tense. As he takes his foot off the chair, his hoof clacks against the wood. He stands a little taller, making himself look even fucking longer than he already is. And in a moment of fucking, it's not brilliance, but a moment of something, are you afraid your steel can't match the needs? Are you afraid that your swords will chip and your hammers will shatter? Because all I hear from you is a bunch of cowardice.
Silence fills the room. Lothil is staring at you, eyes widen. Plato and Ayala, what is going through your heads right now as he says this?
I couldn't hear my audio like cut out. What did
He said, are you afraid that your steel is basically he said, are you scared of fighting and your swords being weak as shit?
Ayla is you absolute idiot. Like, you're supposed to be telling them why they should be helping us when they are not being harmed. what is this about cowardice? They need a reason to help. You have to
I'm getting
persuade
to the
them. You have to give
reason.
them a reason. You
I'm
have to
getting to the
appeal
reason.
to their ethos. And she's just like, "Oh my god, I don't know how this could be worse." She's like debating whether she should cast fog cloud on everyone and just leave.
Um,
Chambers.
That's what's going through her head.
Okay. Plato, what's going through your head?
uh, I'm trying to think of a way to diffuse the situation. Um, uh, do I know of any way that might know, or any words that might calm? Um,
5 minute break? 10-minute breather? Time out?
If it helps, Timber casts a
yeah.
quick comment.
Okay, then I'm gonna out loud. I'm gonna say perhaps we should take a break. And I'm
Remember the
gonna.
message I sent you.
Oh wait, hold on. Before that, let me read
Alright.
this.
Is it okay if Timber he has like one more statement to say that he thinks will help convince them?
Go ahead.
Right.
As he feels his team start panicking in his head, he's just like, you know what? Nah, fuck it. Scorched earth, let's just lay the facts out. No sugarcoating, I'm fucking done. Here you go. And he just. Because if that's the fear that is in your hearts when you forge these weapons, what will happen when Vecna does come back? What will happen when the god himself that we have all longed to keep buried and dead returns to the earth and decides that he's going to come for everybody? Because it won't just be one city, it won't just be one town. Eventually it will be everything. He will sweep across this land like a plague, and even the deep mines that you live in will be no help or any shelter from his wrath. Everything will decay under his touch. Is that what you want?
Roll persuasion or intimidation, your choice.
Intimidation, because he is one minor anger point away from going off. Would this be at disadvantage or advantage, since he's
It's charisma
reacting
based, so disadvantage.
Whoa!
You begin. I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no. Oh no.
Because you're getting heated. You're getting upset. With that intimidation roll, something might happen.
Disadvantage or advantage or normal?
Normal, because it doesn't affect your wisdom.
Oh no.
Please?
Guys, you're not.
Oh, thank God. 19.
Tambrick,
Boy.
you feel the blood inside of you stirring, hot, heavy, and you can feel yourself digging your nails into the table, and you can almost feel them extending and something wanting to rip out of you. Plato, you're recognizing the signs of a transformation as Tambrix slowly but surely pulls back at the last second.
Ugh.
You needed an
okay.
18 wisdom saving throw.
Oh my god.
Because I based the DC.
Wait, does Ayala?
Ayala, you don't know about his transformation, but I will have you. You can roll a nature, Arcana, nature, or history check to see if you recognize anything from this. But yeah, it was basing it on your intimidation roll. You've seen lycanthropes before in your life, Ayala. This is new to you. This is new information you did not have before. You saw fur starting to creep up his arms as it pushed through his pores. You saw blood dripping from the pores that the fur was pushing out of until it slowly started dying down, the blood staining his hand. As
In our telepathic bond,
Mm-hmm.
I think she's just gonna be like, "What is happening right now?" What is happening?
I'm gonna DM Pathic Bond Ayla. Um and I'm gonna tell her everything I know about the transformation and whatnot that I've heard. I can't exactly remember it all off the top of my head.
Werewolf
Um,
rules, except for no full moon. Basically,
She's like,
they
why didn't
yeah.
you tell me any of this sooner?
I was concerned it might be forbidden knowledge, um, but as I come to realize now, perhaps it's better to be shared.
As this is being said, Thunderbrand stands and he looks to you, Tambrick, and he says, "Is this how the Rokefs will continue to rule? Through fear and intimidation?"
It's not how I plan to rule. I never wanted to rule in the first place, but given the options, unfortunately, it would seem that in my absence, I've discovered that while ruling with fear is not the best option, sometimes fear is the best motivator to awaken people, for them to open their eyes and see just exactly what's happening around them.
As you're saying this, you see, looking at you in the eyes. So, you see, looking at you in the eyes, Desmond Dragonheart, the founder, says to you, "Fear in your people should never be an option. Solomon would never do this." As he sits back and he thinks, a fear tactic is your father and your Nefkin's blood running through your veins. We need to discuss. You are all dismissed. 10-minute recess. And one of them pulls out a small hammer and bangs it. Lothil stands
Not saying
up
a word.
and she just hurries out like, oh, fuck! I need to breathe!
Saying a word, Tembrick just very eerily calmly, like way calmer than he was 5 minutes ago, just steps up and slowly walks outside.
Hey, Gia Zaza, I found some churros over here. Would you like one?
I feel a disturbance in the air, and I don't know why.
You all walk in talking with this elven man who's just kind of like mindlessly drawling as he looks up to you and goes, "I'm sorry, they're in a meeting right now and I can't let you just go in and barge in. It's a very important meeting and it would be my head if that happened."
Oh, yes.
My mother's in there.
"I'm sorry, Miss
Excuse me.
Gia. Your mother is not here today." And he looks up.
Oh, she is it? I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at the map. I thought she was in there.
Do you have any books on quick meditation tips?
Oh, Ella. It's
Stands up, goes over to a bookshelf, gets
hey,
a book,
Ella,
comes
would
back
you,
in.
Ella, would you mind helping us come in? It's difficult to talk to this person. Please.
Hands you the book. Sits back down.
She mind links with Plato and is like, I don't know if it's good to get more people in the room and involved, especially the little one.
Yes. Perhaps we should tell them to wait.
Maybe Zaza could come in? Say there's only one more seat or something.
Everyone sees Tambrick Raketh walking out of the building. Lothil walks over to a bunch of flowers.
Tembrick is having that cigarette that he put away earlier.
I should
Is it-
mention as Ayla turns back to Gia, Zaza, and Vespir, suddenly noticing Vespir's actually absent.
Hmm?
As he saw Timbrick and he's kind of like starting to follow him.
Sir,
Timber just steps off to the side.
they are actually with our. We're taking a recess right now, but when it is over, perhaps they can come in with us.
Roll persuasion.
Oh, good. I got a
Got it.
solid -1 to that. So,
Can
yeah.
Got this, Ayla.
never mind.
Oh, it was almost a 19!
As they look to you and they think for a moment, they go, "I'm going to go ask the dwarven lords, so I don't get my ass handed to me." As he goes and walks in.
You know, that's reasonable. And she's like, frick, 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 frick. And she's like taking the book and is like, she's gonna go to like the window and try and practice some meditation.
Zaza, you see Lothil banging her head on the freaking wall over here.
It's just that I have no eyes on this map whatsoever.
How do you not have eyes on this map? I moved you here.
That's what solid black for me.
What?
Oh, that happened to me on the other map.
Refresh, ghost.
I think Zaza would walk over to the alone, just like kind of hesitant to even ask. It's just that look, you know, that look of like yeesh type of cringe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Zaza right now.
Are Gia and Vespir still in here?
Vespir went outside.
Gone.
Gia's still there, though.
Yeah, G's here.
Yeah, when you turn back to talk to the elf, Vespir was no longer in sight.
Alright. So, we're gonna have Gia, Plato, who are you gonna join in with conversation? Or are you gonna do your own thing?
I'm going to I'm gonna chill with Ayla.
Ayla.
Yeah, sorry, Ayla.
Ayola.
Ayla.
Alright, we'll start with Gia, where are you going?
I don't know, wherever Ayla and Plato are going.
Alright. You go over here.
Yeah,
Y'all
walking
are-
with some flowers.
Y'all are standing right there. We'll start with y'all's conversation first.
Gia, are the kittens home?
Yes, there's a little bit of a kerfluffle, I guess, with Cassia, but we've mostly smoothed things over. How did the meeting go so far?
Ayla just holds her head in her hands.
Oh no. What happened?
And in her mind, Plato, she's like, you tell her. I can't.
Okay. Am I able to like just like add people to my telepathic bond, or do I need to cast it again?
I'll let you cast it. I'll let you add people into it.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna touch her and add her into it. Like with a hand on the shoulder.
Can you reach my shoulder?
Yeah, I'm right here. Wait, am I tall enough?
I'm like 8 feet. I'm like 8 feet tall.
You reach up and you grasp her bicep.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
touch my leg.
No, not even that. His legs just go gadget extend the legs. He just grabs him on the shoulder.
Bicep, by the way, jacked.
Yeah. I'm 4 foot 2 inches, so I can reach the bicep. Um so I add you to the telepathic bond, and with you and Ayla, I'm gonna tell. I just want to include Ayla just so that she knows what I'm saying. Um, and I'm gonna describe the events as best I can. That happened in the room about how uh about how Tambrick like blew up, um, and about how he almost transformed. And I'm gonna tell about how I'm gonna tell what I know about his condition.
You can see as you are explaining this mentally, her face is like getting more and more and more like stone-like and just purely impassive. Like there's no emotion. Like there's no thought. You're not hearing any thoughts. Like either of
Yeah.
with you. It's like she is like
Shock.
cold horror.
Yeah. Um, and I'm gonna say don't say any of this out loud, but I'll go tell uh I'll go tell Zaza and Vespier as well.
Vesper's out of sight.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing it right now. I'm telling Gia that I will tell you to.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
So
And at some point, AL can't hold it in anymore, and she's gonna be like, and then he tried to intimidate them. He tried
No.
tactic. I mean, pointed that out. They were like, that's we don't need more of that rain. They were asking why. A very simple question. Why should we help you? Craghammer help you. And he responded with trying to intimidate them, trying to say that they were scared that the armor wouldn't hold up. I mean, I can't believe it. I was ready to just cast a fog cloud and get out of there.
Plato's.
I'm
Oh, sorry.
afraid.
Hang on, honey. You're cutting out really
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, you're cutting out.
Yeah.
You're just
Oh
as much freaked
no.
out as your character is.
I'm so sorry.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
Yeah,
Good.
she's basically like, um,
Gia's like slowly like
he tried to.
sinking. Ah!
let's see if that helps.
Oh, did you change the region?
Yeah.
I was wondering, like, what the fuck?
Gia's like slowly as Ayla is like stream of consciousness just going off. She's like sinking onto her haunches and like head in her hands and just like this is a way above her pay grade. This is way above what she's really signed up for, but oh god, it's not looking good.
Yeah, I'm so
Plato
sorry.
Plato's gonna or emphasize when questioned about his intimidation, he when questioned about his intimidation, he doubled down and said sometimes fear is needed.
Gia makes a noise. It's not a human sounding noise. It's like the sound. It's like a very cat like.
And and Plato um I forgot what I was gonna do. Never mind.
Well, she's saying this through the bond. She's like, well, hopefully. I mean, I'm okay at talking to people. Maybe I can try and ruffle some feathers, or unruffle some feathers, and
that's-
smooth things over.
That's the very thing. They're trying to test him. They're trying to break him. And he is failing miserably. And I think I need some air. And she's
Yeah.
going to put the book back on the desk
All right,
and
and
then
before you head out,
head
we'll go
towards the
up.
door.
Yep, and before, as this conversation is taking place, Zaza and Lothil. Zaza, what do you say to Lothil as you see her, like, smacking her face against a wall?
Just gonna very lightly, gently just place like a hand on their shoulders, just like, hey, you good?
No, I am not good.
What happened?
She's gonna relay essentially what happened, and I don't even know why his foot was on the chair to begin with. Oh. I know this is essentially a test. I know. But I didn't think it would go this bad.
There's all this name.
Zaza, roll insight on Lothil.
Whoa! Where the hell? My tab just decided to shoot all the way to the freaking left.
Mine does that more times than I care to admit.
Zoom.
You gotta roll.
My tablet said absolutely not. No insight. You don't need it to know how bad it is.
roll the insight.
Dabba 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 dee dabba doo dabba die. Ow.
That's how you do it. Cool.
Why did you flip a coin?
I was trying to figure out what the command was.
Flip a coin.
Insight with a 6.
Oh, that's 6.
With a 6, you're looking at Lothil, and you think that the only thing going through her mind right now is how much she doesn't care if he screws up. It's fine. She could just kill him. It's fine. It's whatever. She doesn't have to worry about it. Obviously, she's totally not sitting here going through the fact that she was trying to give, that she's really, despite her demeanor, she was trying to give like this like second chance to him, willing to break an oath for revengeance on the Raquesse. No, she's totally down to double down on her oath. It's fine, it's whatever, it's okay. As she's looking at you, she's like, I don't understand why he does this. But from what I understand, and she kind of like takes out the cloth that you have, I think he actually does need this, and that is the most bothering part. If this is him without it, what's going to happen if he can't get it on the throne? You can't be under an influence and rule a kingdom.
I think that kind of puts us in only 2 paths, doesn't it?
Solomon's not recovered yet. Zaza, this is the first time you've heard about Solomon.
Excuse me?
Solomon's alive, and he's not recovered. Something happened. I'm not 100% sure. Tembrick isn't even sure. But he's not recovered yet. He can't rule. Let's hope he shows leadership within the, I think he needs to meet someone. He needs to meet someone very close in the rebellion. I don't think he'll get better if he doesn't meet them.
I agree there. Unless we can knock some sense into him.
Do you want to try hitting him? He's very squishy. If you hit him too hard, he might just crumble.
It might do him some good. It might do an attitude adjustment. All seriousness, from what I'm hearing.
It's gonna look
Might
like
need
that
it.
building that. It's gonna look like that building that fell in Taiwan recently.
He just needs that That's old time disciplining of a child, and I think you're the best one to do it.
I had old time rock and roll. Sorry, I couldn't stop myself.
You just need some of that old time rock and roll. It'll really hit his soul. Um, as you see that she kind of like grows, so she's just a little taller. She's like, her head is at your shoulders, and she just pops her head onto your shoulders. Like, I don't know what we're going to do at this point. I know what we're going to do, but I'd rather not drag Vespear into it.
At that moment, you
I'm gonna knock
realize
some
that's not even there.
I'm gonna go and knock some sense into boy's head, who seems to got too big for his britches.
And before you go outside, and before Ayala starts heading outside, Tembrick and Vespear. Tembrick,
What?
you're outside. What are you doing currently before Vespear walks out?
Tembrick steps outside, immediately lets out a, not necessarily a scream, but almost a feral growl as he tries to let go of his frustration and his anger. He lights up a cigarette, takes a deep hit, and as he exhales, just, I swear, fucking everyone, or everyone who's listening, the next time I get compared to my fucking brother, I'm gonna, ugh! He's very not happy with having been compared to both his father and Solomon in the same breath.
And Nefkin.
And Nefkin, but he's also still riding the high of stabbing his own brother in the throat repeatedly with a broken piece of mask until he stopped breathing.
That was like 5 months ago.
And Nefkin fucking tortured him! He made me the younger brother, but he was a piece of shit!
Anyway, Vespear, what are you doing?
Question.
Hmm.
Would Lenore still be on Vesper's shoulder?
Yeah. I didn't, like, tell Lenore to do something else, so...
And you haven't given Lenore the hand signals yet to tell Lenore to, that you want privacy?
Yeah.
So Vespear starts heading overhearing what Timbrick is saying. And as Timbrick is silently screaming to himself, he just hears, "Who is this napping you speak of?"
Upon the living world that shouldn't be still fucking haunting me. And he takes another drag.
So, how is the thing going? Is everything going okay?
Oh, it's going fucking fantastic. I've apparently made the best impression in the world. I am obviously the greatest fucking negotiator to ever walk across fucking... Ugh. It's so hard to reason with.
You are very confusing. You say that you're the best negotiator. Are the dwarves that difficult?
Sarcasm. So much sarcasm. No, it's... I've never...
I wanted to mention, you look at him, by the way, and he looks 100% genuine, and he basically just bought your bullshit of best negotiator ever. Like, you don't even need to roll, you can see it in his eyes. Like, oh, that's very good.
He wants to say something, but he doesn't want to break this poor boy's heart. Oh my god. He just kind of nods, So... It might be shocking to fucking believe this, but I wasn't very well liked by my family, and I was never good at talking to people. Like, yeah, I'm a sorcerer, yeah, I have a charm, but it's mostly accidental charm. Like, most of the shit that I do is genuinely by accident. I don't intentionally go out and try to make friends. I don't intentionally go out and try to start rebellions. I just kind of accidentally find myself in these situations, and I'm really tired of the powers that be having to laugh at my expense. And I don't fucking want to be king, but at this point, my brother fucking has amnesia, and I don't even know where the fuck he is right now. And I have a fucking half sister I don't even fucking know about. There's so much going on, and I am expected to be a-okay because it's my job to lead the rebellion.
Tambrick, you freeze. No one knows about Lilith being your sister, not even Lothil. And you just said it to a child.
I
And
trust you
to the
can keep
homunculus.
my sister a secret.
Fido, you're hearing this as well, just keeping that in mind.
Yeah.
Vespier smiles to him. I've tried my best, but my brothers might pick up on it, but they are very young, so no one's gonna believe them anyway. But
Respectfully, and because I do trust you, that what happened right there was just called a mental breakdown, and some things were said that shouldn't have been said. And for the sake of my sister staying alive, could we pretend that that part didn't just accidentally slip out?
I will promise you that I will not say a word.
For shits and giggles, Tambrick holds out his pinky.
he perks up, big old smile on his face, and he wraps his pinky around Timbrick's.
See, look at that. We are making friends already.
No, I wish you were my little brother instead of Nethkin. He was a piece of work. Yeah, no, he was the one that was obsessed with helping dear old dad with the whole resurrection crap. I never wanted any part of it until I was basically told either join the family business or get stabbed a lot of times and sacrificed to the dead god, because the dead god's obviously the one who knows what's going on, and I just need a fucking break.
Vespier,
And he actually sounds like he's about to cry.
Yes, Max.
you know who Nethkin was. Nethkin, you were really little when Nethkin was around and such, and when Nethkin was hanging around, you were still young. It was about around the time Lothil and such would be heading out. Nethkin was a dick. Nethkin threw rocks at dogs. Nethkin tripped elderly. Nethkin walked around like he owned the fucking place already. He was all around a really shitty person. Sullivan was pretty cool. He played pretend swords with you.
And he gave me a flower.
Kept in a dark room.
Vespier seeing this.
Well, you might have had a bad little brother,
And he takes a step forward towards Tambrick.
but I know a thing or two about being a good big brother.
And he gives him a hug.
This is also the first time you would hear Solomon is actually still alive. But Tembrix, you were being hugged by Lanky.
Yeah,
Tambrick was as stiff as a fucking board, just like, what do?
feel the warmth and the warm and fuzzies just going in you from this very fluffy, boy-like, but also like very much adults. People are coming out. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah. He's giving Timbrick a hug, feeling the warm and fuzzies coming in, and he says quietly to him. And he says quietly to him.
I get the feeling that you do not have a lot of family members that will be supportive of you. But, as I've said, I know a thing or two about being a good big brother. I will believe in you. As a pseudo big brother. How about that?
Yeah, no, Tambrick breaks down crying. He is actually gross crying right now. Like, he is
Ayla,
sobbing hysterically.
Ella, you go out there to be like, okay, I'm gonna give him a piece of my mind. Zaza, you go out there like, I'm gonna whoop his fucking ass, and this is what you see.
Just see ugly crying, lanky skeleton man just in his shoulder, and you see Vespier just petting him on the head, just gentle caressing of his hair as he goes,
Shh, it's okay. It's okay. no one here to judge, hurt, or upset you no more. It is okay.
What they're here to
Tambrick.
do.
Tambrick, as he's saying this, Plato, what is the DM you send Tambrick?
Okay, so now that I have the time, I will DM Tambrick and uh, I'll say some some kind words. Can't think of exactly what to say, but like say some kind words, and I say I will I overheard uh about your sister. Perhaps we should discuss it at a later time. And this is all like private.
Mm. In response, he just gets gross crying noises. That sounds like thank you, but you're not quite sure.
He
Okay.
just lifts his head
He
back
is
and
broken.
wails.
I feel like
Tembrick has
Ayala,
finally reached his mental breaking point.
I feel like Ayala, like, walking out, seeing someone just completely broken and sobbing, like, immediately her anger just dissipates, and she's like, I can't see people sobbing without joining in on the hug. And she's gonna also just, like, come over and try and comfort Tambrick.
Vespier smiles to her and wraps an arm around her back as well.
Your family grows.
Um, go ahead and roll your insight. What are you inciting?
Oh, emotional manipulation, because it is a thing.
Roll your
Yeah,
insight on
that's
Tempric.
true.
Yeah.
Emotional insight on Vespier. Nope, 100% genuine. Pure being right here.
He's manipulating the fuck out of this boy. He's manipulating. So I believe Tembrick is being genuine in his crying, his breakdown, right, Cam?
Yes, he is. This is 100% just everything from the past few years finally coming to a breaking point for him, especially with having been face to face with the fact that he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Okay, Zaza, this is manipulation at its finest.
Vespier smiles as he kind of gets a chuckle.
You know, funny thing, you say that you have 2 brothers. I have 3 and a sister. I have you beat.
As he smiles to Timbrick, making a small quip, but obviously very much not fitting joke in the moment.
Tembrick is still just. There's just so much, and he's trying his hardest to form words, and he can't fucking do it.
I know it is a
It
lot.
seems like. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Vespier looks to him and says,
I know it's a lot, but we all have to make strong. We have to be strong for those we care for. Just like when I had to tell my sister and my mom that I am coming to help. Well, I could not find my mama, but I found my sister. She was not happy that I was leaving to go fight and help, but I had to do what I had to do because I cannot sit idly by and continue to see the people I care for disappear. And I'm 20 years old in 2 months, but still, if I can do it, you can do it. I believe in you.
I think you have been through an incredible ordeal that nobody can even begin to wrap their minds around in the last few years. And I'm sure that that has taken an insane toll. And these high pressure meetings are certainly no help. But if you just focus on putting one foot forward, one step at a time, don't think about the whole picture. Don't think about your family. Just one step at a time. And right now, all you need to do is breathe, okay?
Plato adds in, um, every every great change begins with a single step.
Zaza, you're over here like this manipulating bastard.
Am I the only one? Everyone fell for it?
Yeah.
Um, Tembrix, as you're like trying to get your nose to stop from dripping, you all hear a light bell. Um,
Oh, ah, Aola, would you mind helping clean up? I have idea.
And he lets go of Timbrix
Oh.
and he starts shifting around, looking around the ground.
Ayla is now carrying the weight of Tembrix, I guess, a little bit. She's like, oh, yeah, sure. Of course not.
Lothel's making her
And
way
she's
out.
just like, Tembrix, just remember, to impress the dwarves, use sincerity, use emotion, but don't try anger, don't try intimidation. We want their help because we need help, and we would help them if they were in the same scenario, right? Because we don't want to see people getting hurt.
Plato Plato chimes in with do not fear. Fear leads to anger, and anger leads to evil.
God fucking damn it.
Mhm.
You fucking nerd.
Lothel's
Alright,
going to walk out. She's going to say, "It's time we head back into the meeting."
One moment, one moment. Ah, here we go.
And he reaches down and he picks up a stone. He starts carving into it with his claws, rushing over to Timbrick.
Here, hold out your hand.
Temric holds out his hand.
Plops the stone, still a little dirt on it, reaches over, kind of starts brushing it off, but you see etched into it. You don't speak Marquesian, do you?
Oh. I speak Common, Infernal, and Abyssal.
This is a name for my well, my parents' homeland. I was born in Lyrengone, but not important. Uh, this stands for Hirt, which is Marquesian for home. And on the other side, he flips it over. This we don't really have a Marquesian name, but I tried my best. Tembrick.
Temric smiles, turns over his hand, gives him a hug, quickly tries to pull himself together. Quick question.
Quick answer.
Could I use prestidigitation to change my outfit?
You can change the color, but you can't change the actual outfit.
Okay. Real quick, Tembrick is gonna use prestidigitation on himself to make himself look like he hasn't been crying for the last 5 minutes like a fucking idiot. Changes the outfit, changes his clothes to like a much more friendly, like a light blue, less hostile than his usual like red, black, and green garb and stuff like that. And he's doing his best to appear like a not complete and utter failure and mess.
Feel a small breeze wash across your face as Vespier is using for craft to kind of make a small breeze to help dry your eyes.
Thank you. Well,
You have got this. If you feel overwhelmed, remember, squeeze the stone. It'll give you hope. Because it has our hope in you.
Yep. Alright, well, here goes nothing. And he's gonna head back inside.
Alright. As you head back inside, and everyone is now able to go into the room, with
Everyone?
all of the dwarves. Yeah, basically they spoke with the man spoke. Everyone's able to go back into the room. The people are anyone who's here with the team is allowed.
As Vespier is walking behind the elven man who denied them earlier, those that are walking in behind him just sees Vespier look at him, take his hands and kind of like sticks them in his own ears and just but doesn't make the noise.
As we're walking in the hallway to get into there, I'm gonna touch Zaza, and I'm gonna touch Vesper to kind of nudge them what I'm trying to do, and I add them into the call, into the telepathic bond.
Someone can sit in this. I'm just standing. Okay, or I take it.
You sit. You were there. You
Okay,
sit.
Mags.
Vespier pulls out your pillow, offers it to you, and scoots you in.
Okay.
In a very as soon as you connect Zaza, a very loud and kind of unstruck tone, all you hear is, "Who the fuck threatens a dwarf at a revolution?"
Do you say that to everyone?
That's
Remember,
what you hear.
you can choose
What
like
he's
what
thinking.
thoughts to share. You can
Then
choose what thoughts to
it's-
share and whatnot.
Yeah, then yeah, to everyone and such. That's just what they hear. As you walk in, the dwarves all look at you, Tambrix, and they go, we have conversed on our decisions for helping Lyrengone.
And what, pray tell, have you decided? He's trying his hardest to keep it together right now, but he wants to break down again.
They look to each other, and they look to you as they say, we will be honest. We had always planned to help Lyrengone, but we wanted to see who we were going to be fighting for on the throne. And you see him like thinking for a long moment before they say, we will help Lyrengone for the people, and we will help Lyrengone for the people that we know, people we care for that are there. But one of our higher ranking members within the guilds, we'll be honest, does not like the Rakeths.
You do.
You have our weapons and you have our aid. But not for you. They look at Tambrix. We don't support Lyrengone's decision to put you on the throne, but we will support the decision on defeating your father.
I don't ask that you back my claim to the throne. I don't ask that you back my ideals or decisions. All I ask is that you help the people from suffering. And if we can agree to those terms, Tembrick will, in the Blood Hunter fashion, because, let's face it, he's a creepy bitch, cuts his palm open and holds it out as a right handshake, as a, well...
Oh, fuck no. We're not doing any of your fucking Raketh voodoo bullshit. Think we're going to send a blood oath for you? Hell no. Get out of here. We need to create battle strategies. And they freaking, like, look at you like, oh my god, this bitch was really just trying to do a fey fucking bullshit on us. Some demonic ass shit right there.
A demonic is a blood hunter thing!
There's an audible clasp on Zaza's head. Him slapping himself.
Everyone, you're watching Tambrix holding his hand across the table, blood dripping from his hand as they're saying this.
You hear in your head, Tambrick, perhaps that is probably not the best idea, because not a lot of people like the blood.
He responds back.
I do like a minor illusion to get rid of the blood splatters on the table.
As
Tembric's response is simply, "It's a blood hunter thing. It's not as bad as it sounds, I promise."
as
Yeah, but it looks bad.
as this moment goes through, and everyone begins to leave, Lothil staying behind as she looks to Gia and says, "Gia, do me a favor."
Yes. What do you need?
She walks over to you and she takes your she takes your hand as she goes, "I understand that you are been in part of the revolution way longer than current members, and Zaza hasn't been here to see the forge. Could you take them to the tree?"
Yes, I can do that.
And she looks to Tambrix as you can almost see an apologetic look on her face as she says, "Tell your mother it's time he meets the true leader of the rebellion." And that is where we're going to call it.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Let's go.
Full disclosure, guys.
Oh,
Not Tembric fucking up. That was actually me panicking and not knowing what to do. I was actually having a panic attack during that.
Okay, so let me end session. And then everyone can have their little discussions if they wish.
Great.
Thank you all so much for watching and supporting where you could for these wonderful people. Let's see. Going through the list of the things that will be done throughout the week. Tuesday, I will be on Mellow the Fairies channel. Maybe. Depends on what happens with the current session. But you will see me and CC on Wednesday on Mellow the Fairy, as I am guesting on his Wednesday stream. There might be some scattered streams throughout the week of games and fun. Friday should be the return of our Pathfinder game, with Ika here being the DM and Q over there playing Kaltoth, a half-orc barbarian. And then Saturday... Saturday, just, kind of nothing until we come back to Sunday when we have this game. And the next two sessions are going to be extremely combat heavy. So if that is not your cup of tea, I apologize. But there will be a lot more combat. I would like to thank everyone for being here and for playing. And we need to raid out.
Session.
And don't forget on Friday, there's the great Macaron.
The Great Macaron is definitely a thing.
Great macaroon.
You know what? Tembrix dies next session.
Hey, I went into this knowing there's a 50-50 chance of him surviving. Bring it.
We are gonna go ahead and raid out. Wish them much love. Have a good night. Stay hydrated, because water is surprisingly good for you.
Bullshit.
Who knew? Shut up, Skelly. Who knew? Don't listen to Skelly. He lives off of diet soda and energy drinks.
And I'm doing just fine, thank you.
He's really not.
You mean your resting heart rate's not supposed to be 180?
Yeah, none of these bitches are doing very well. Thank you all so much. Bye-bye. Wah.
Bye-bye.
Ah.
Wah.